Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Police in Montrose, Colorado say a Gillette resident bought a gun in Wyoming, drove hundreds of miles, and started randomly shooting. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that police say they don't know why 42-year-old Eduardo Garcia Barrera did it.
Barrera, a part-time resident of Gillette, bought a gun at a local sporting goods store in Wyoming, and then he drove 11 hours to Montrose, Colorado, where he then unleashed a fury of bullets in downtown Colorado in a busy commercial section. He did strike a 22-year-old pedestrian before he ultimately turned the gun on himself. The 22-year-old victim is in stable condition.
Police say the incident unfolded over roughly 35 minutes on Saturday morning as Barrera fired at moving vehicles and pedestrians as he entered the western Colorado city. A Bozeman woman is home following a 24-day hospital stay after her hand was ripped off in a terrifying horse accident at the Montana State University Rodeo Practice Arena. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports the woman's husband and MSU rodeo coach sent team members to find her detached hand.
Presley Whitaker was training a horse in a small enclosure with a rope, and something happened to spook the horse or buck her off somehow. The horse drug her through the arena and she hit a fence and broke her jaw, and that's where she also lost her right hand. Presley was flown to a hospital in Salt Lake City where surgeons tried to reattach her hand. However, the damage was too extensive and they were unable to do so. Casey Ray Sellers, the rodeo coach at Gillette College, told me that she's seen people lose fingers in rodeo accidents and horse accidents. She's seen a lot of wrecked legs, but she's never seen someone lose a hand.
On May 4th, Presley was pen roping a young horse, a horsemanship technique that teaches young horses how to handle cattle and grow accustomed to working with a rope, when the horse she was on threw her and took off. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This has been another safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Cheyenne attorney George Powers, who filed a complaint calling for a criminal investigation against Chuck Gray for releasing sensitive voter data to the federal government, asked the Wyoming Supreme Court on Tuesday to appoint a special prosecutor. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports Powers wants answers.
Powers has said, well, get a special prosecutor, find a way to rope in a special prosecutor. And then Couts, the attorney general, said, I'm handling this in accordance with the rules, not in the public arena. That's what Attorney General Couts said to Powers on May 4th. And so then Powers pushed again May 20th, like, I need to know something's going on. We can file a writ of mandamus, making you do the thing. So he did end up filing that writ of mandamus, which is a petition to a court to make an official do something that is clearly that official's duty.
Powers also asked the High Court to issue an order commanding Wyoming Attorney General Keith Couts and the AG's office to recuse themselves from investigating whether Gray could have committed a crime. It's unclear whether the AG's office has already or not recused itself from the matter. Cheyenne planners are recommending denial of most of the provisions in a huge 32-acre Microsoft data center expansion. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that one resident said during a marathon 5-hour hearing on Monday that this would overtake the city.
The person who brought that up was one of the commissioners, Megan Connor, and she just wanted to know, how did the planning people come to determine it's beneficial to the city?
Only one part of the plan, assigning agricultural zoning to the 3,500-acre Highlands area if it is annexed, will reach the June 8th City Council meeting with a recommendation to approve. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
My mom and dad were traditional Asian parents. Now, my father would go to work before I woke up in the morning, and then he would come home too tired to play with me. I tell my son, I love you every single day. I love you. Now, my dad has never said that to me. Not because he doesn't love me, but because culturally it wasn't comfortable for him. So I teased him the other day and I said, how come you never say that to me? And he said, you're too old now. Now that he's a grandfather, he says, I love you to my son every time he sees him. My advice to all the fathers out there, forget the material things, forget the cultural restrictions. They grow up way too fast for you to waste even a single precious minute or moment.
Say bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Good morning. It's Wednesday, Cowboy State Daily Show, June 3. Here's what we got lined up for you this morning, or this afternoon, or this evening, whenever you're listening. Erica Kent will be here. She'll talk about her debut novel, Black Dog. That's due out in August. I'm excited to talk with her exciting, burgeoning new young writer. Bailey Evans will be on the show. Managing director of gbetagenerator.com. They got a big event coming up. James McManus joins us. He's a real-life former mobster. I think he cooked the books for the mafia. He'll be on the show to talk about a lot of things, including President Trump's 401k plan. McManus says that's going to blow up in your face. Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder drops in. It's Wednesday. Claire McFarland to talk about her stories. Brent Bien, gubernatorial candidate, will be on the show today. We're going to dig into property taxes for the most part. Yes, I'm excited for that chat. Jared Petrino, UW Sports. The Cowgirls volleyball season schedule is out now. Couple of new transfers joining the team. We're going to talk volleyball, football at UW. Rod Miller will be here. Rod Miller's going to be talking about the benefits of going backwards. Sometimes to move forward, you got to move backward. What? Alf is going to be here. I'm not even going to try to say his last name. Last time we talked to Alf, he was pulling G's with the Thunderbirds, and then he had to take a nap. You had to be there. It was so fun. Alf, you probably have bent an elbow at his bar, I'm guessing. He's in Laramie, right? I'm pretty sure he's in Laramie because people tailgate Cowboy football games at Alf's. And he's the one running that charity fundraiser thing that government says is gambling. Crackdown on gaming. Alf said it's not fair. Meanwhile, there's historic racing. There's other ways around Wyoming's fuzzy gaming laws. How can we not find a way around money for charity, says Alf. I hear you, man. That's a pretty good lineup. Plus, we'll talk about the stories of the day. We'll follow up on the latest with the two stories out of the rodeo world that involve, like, trips to the ER or to the vet. Yesterday, we talked about the barrel racing horses, 3 in all, that were stabbed by the 17-year-old. She's a minor. Authorities considering charging her as an adult, in which case, if that becomes true, we'll know her name. Meanwhile, it's pretty easy to find out who it is. She's all over the internet. She's definitely been outed. I feel bad for her. Kevin Meyer and I were talking yesterday about it. A 17-year-old teen. Notice I did not say woman or girl. Any 17-year-old teen, either gender, but I'm thinking a little extra for young ladies, are not quite, they're not quite adult. They're not adulting. A 17-year-old teen, for the most part, some are very responsible on their way to adulthood. Most are a mixed up mess and still trying to figure it out. So, to take this young lady who, for whatever reason, approached her fellow peers, barrel racers, asked to borrow their horse, and then, from what I understand, stabbed them multiple times with a knife, allegedly. What was her intent? It doesn't even matter what she thought her intent was, her motive. Was she trying to better her odds of her winning by crippling other horses? Was she just in a rage? I don't know. There's no intent that makes any sense. And all of it just paints a dark picture of what's going on in the mind of this young lady. And I think right now, professional help is what's needed, not internet trolls who say, try her as an adult, lock her up, throw away the key, etc. Yeah, what she did is horrible. But she's of an age where you can hopefully fix this before it really goes off the rails. I mean, it's off the rails now, but meanwhile, I did see a report on all the horses, 3 horses, and the owners of those horses have all provided updates on social media as to the health status of their horses, all expected to make a full recovery. All are coming back slowly. One barrel racer said she's starting to see inklings of the old horse. She gave it a big hug and it didn't pull away from her. Like, he's on the comeback. Another horse is doing well with the sutures, etc. So all 3 horses expected to make a full recovery. Meanwhile, the nightmare's just begun for the 17-year-old. We'll have more on that. And then the story today in the Cowboy State Daily, another rodeo story about the Montana woman. She's the wife of the Montana State University rodeo coach. And she got in a wreck. She was moving cows, working with a horse. The horse threw her. She got tied up. Boy, that's the worst thing, man, when you get hung up. Hung up in a stirrup is bad enough. Hung up with she had her hand hung up on a rope. I'm thinking it was not the reins. That would have pulled loose. I can't imagine what she was hung up on that would not have pulled loose before her hand was ripped from her arm. Oh, God. Some of the kids on the rodeo team found the hand in the arena dirt. Meanwhile, this Bozeman woman is home following a 24-day hospital stay. It is terrifying. Accident in rodeo. Not the kind of rodeo headlines we like to see, honestly. There's weather for this Wednesday to get you started. Sunny in Casper. 85 the high with some wind gusts. I mean, it is Casper. Lander, sunny, 83. Evanston, sunshine, 75. Rock Springs, 80. Clouds on the increase at Rock Springs. Increasing clouds at Pinedale as well. Little breezy, 74. Afton, 77 with clouds building in the afternoon. Breezy, partly sunny at DuBois, 72. Jackson, clouds building with highs in the upper 70s. Thermopolis, sunny, 86 today. Cody, sunny at 79. Buffalo, sunshine, 75. Sheridan, you'll start the morning with a little patchy fog. Otherwise, sunny, 76 today. Gillette, gradually becoming sunny, 77. Newcastle, upper 70s, sunshine. Mostly sunny at Torrington, 87. Yee! Sunny and 78 in Lusk. Cheyenne, chance of rain around 3-ish in the afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 78. Laramie, 76, sunshine. And Rollins, sunny and 78. Yeah, I kind of like this music for the weather, especially if it's stormy. I don't know that it works for sunny and 75, but maybe. Boy, these data centers and the race to AI this whole topic is pitting nameless, well, not nameless, in this case it's Microsoft, but it's like faceless corporate in bed with government trying to push this agenda to win the race to AI. All this theoretical stuff. And, the rest of us are just like, what's AI? What's it ever done for me? Yes, I need the cloud because I got a phone, but you know what? I don't know that it's worth living next to one of these giant Walmart. It's like, 20 Walmarts put together. 18% of the city's current size in Cheyenne is the one they're talking about, 3,200 acre Microsoft data center expansion. Cheyenne planners are recommending denial. Big hours-long meeting the other day. We're starting to see pushback on these data centers. I still don't know where I am on this. I mean, I don't like them. I can think of better uses for beautiful Wyoming land, yet, there are patches, there are big swaths of land in Wyoming, sagebrush scrub that, let's face it, the rattlesnakes have taken over some large acreage of Wyoming where you and I have this picture in our mind of beautiful mountains, a river, and that's the photo often used in the meme saying, Wyoming doesn't need another data center, and they show a beautiful picture of the Wind River Canyon or the Tetons. Meanwhile, there's the majority of Wyoming, which has got pump jacks working it, and nobody sees it. Nobody wants to be in it, and it's just rattlesnake-infested scrub brush. Not that that's not beautiful. Some people find that a charm all in itself. But yeah, the resistance to the data centers is real, palpable. Aaron Brockovich, by the way, has been railing against these things. I saved environmental activist Aaron Brockovich. Never met a tree she didn't want to hug, and that's okay. Recently launched a public database where people can report concerns about nearby AI data centers, whether that's water use, electricity demand, noise, environmental impacts, strain on local infrastructures. More than 2,700 reports have already been submitted. There's a handy-dandy map showing you where data centers are being built. Quite often, many of them are popping in, according to Brockovich, AI data centers. And there's a pattern emerging that many of them are popping in places that are already drought-hit areas. Here's the map that Brockovich is touting around on social media. As you notice, there's some dots there around southeast Wyoming in the Cheyenne area. That's where we're putting all our data centers for the most part, presumably in droughty areas. Yes. You know what China's doing, supposedly, unless it's fake news. I didn't really dig into it. China's putting data centers under the ocean, in the ocean bed, where they don't have to see them, where they stay cooled. Genius idea, right? If it can be done. If it can be done, the Chinese will figure it out. But this race to AI, we're polluting up Wyoming with these giant computer warehouses to beat China to the AI domination. Meanwhile, China is hiding them in the ocean. Whoa. Game changer. Yeah, I don't know how that works. You would have to also then provide infrastructure. You got to, this thing can't live down there in the ocean by itself. There's got to be some kind of pipeline to get all that data. When you text your husband, don't forget milk on the way home. That has to live in the clouds somewhere in the bottom of the ocean outside of China. How does that get back to your phone? I don't know. But I fear, I agree with one person who said, I'm trying to find this, this comment on the Facebook post of the story from Cowboy State Daily. The story is from Renee Jean. Cheyenne planners recommend denial for most of Microsoft's data center expansion. And this is acknowledging the more recent groundswell pushback on data centers. Bonnie chimes in and said the not-so-young lady should be tried as an adult. Making excuses for crimes by kids in this nation simply propagates more crime. I don't disagree, Bonnie. 17-year-old takes 6 firearms and a flak jacket to school and starts laying waste to the place. That kid's getting tried as an adult, right? I mean, if you just wrist slap, what are we doing? In my mind, 17 years old today is the new, a 17-year-old teen today. Yesteryear, the 1800s, 17-year-old is full-on adult. She'd be getting married in about a year, if not already, and on her way to adulthood. Today, 27-year-old is still living with mom and dad and trying to figure it out. But anyway, that's no excuse, where we are social-wise. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I'm... In this case, the crime is so weird. Did not kill fellow man, stabbed horses. I don't know. It's still weird. It still needs punishment, but I just feel 100% punishment is not the answer. I, for one, want to know what's going on in her brain. That she stabs barrel racing horses. Like, what? Her brain needs to be fixed. And I'm not sure prison's going to do that. I don't know. Usually I'm hard on crime. I don't know. Maybe I'm having a soft day. We got to take a break. We'll be back with our first guest of the morning right after this here.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A-plus service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and we welcome in Erica Kent, winner of the Santa Fe Writers Project Literary Awards Program. Her forthcoming debut, I believe. I'm so excited for you, Erica. Black Dog is going to be out in August. Ah, that's exciting. It's exciting. I've read some of your short work. And my only question is, whatever happened to that bizarre ball of hair? But we can get to that in a minute. The topic this morning is going to be mainly dogs, whether it's Erica's current roommate, a chunky bulldog, or whether it's Boomer, the neighbor's dog, who she so wishes was hers, or at least her character Jessica does, or Black Dog, which signifies that dark place some people go and when they struggle with addiction, recovery, all that. Coming of age novel for 11-year-old Jessica Ryder who has to grow up fast. It's interesting. I've talked to a lot of authors lately, Erica, and this seems to be a common theme. These coming of age fast, like the hard way. It's super interesting. And I love the 80s. I mean, that's a great decade. So let's start with how long this idea has been cooking in your brain. How long did it take to get from brain to keyboard to on paper? And then the process of finding somebody who believed in it, who wants to publish it. It's just a fascinating journey. When did the idea start?
Hello, it's good to be here. The idea, well, it had been brewing for a long time, the story, not so much the character. Originally, it was a male protagonist. And I started that to sort of, I guess, distance myself a little bit from the character and avoid autobiography. But then when I was in graduate school at an MFA program at Vermont College of Fine Arts, I got a story published in Story Quarterly, and that was kind of the first Black Dog story. And a mentor that I was working with, Doug Glover, said, try writing. He looked at some of my stories and he said, these are kind of lame. They're not that interesting. Try writing something like the Black Dog story. And that really, I have to give him credit. He kind of just pushed me enough to where these stories started spilling out of me. And that was in August of 2018. I'd say it took about 5 years to write the book. And And then I won. I was a runner-up. Actually, I won the runner-up place in May of 2023. So it's been a long road. But and Santa Fe Writers Project has been amazing. I mean, they really, Disha Filia, who's a fiction writer, picked three of us, and then Andrew Gifford, who's the publisher, who's the head of Santa Fe, was really instrumental in getting the book off the ground. And I was shocked. I remember when I got the email from him about the prize, and I was in my car and I was about to go back into the Mac store because I was having like a Mac meltdown. And I looked at, my jaw dropped. I mean, it sounds dramatic, but my jaw literally dropped in the car. Just like, oh my gosh, it was so exciting.
That's really cool. Hey, all right, Erica, you know what it reminds me of a little bit, I think, and maybe you tell me if I'm wrong. You're writing short form, you're writing whatever. You teach writing, you're a writer. You're at soul, you're a writer. Black Dog hasn't come out of you yet to where you until you were given this piece of advice. And it reminds me of actors that are acting a part, writers that are writing. You are writing as a writer, but very often writers are told, obviously, write what you know, but until you dig deep enough to come to find yourself, like you've got to suffer the pain, you got to go places you don't want to go to really tell a story. So I don't know how much of the 11-year-old Jessica is you, but if you are going to be that character and tell her story, you got to go to some places. And this book is sometimes called dark, provocative, unsettling, but funny. Right. So I don't know. Did you have to find another level of you, another gear, another? I don't know.
It's a good question. It's actually, there's a lot of fiction in the book, but kind of an emotional core, like you're sort of saying in the question. I definitely have that. Jessica to me is a character. And I'm very fond of her. I have a lot of empathy for her, but I really do think of her as a character, as well as the other characters in the book. But sure, I mean, I got sober when I was young, like she does, and it went through a lot of similar circumstances. So I don't feel funny and weird about any of that. I feel pretty open about it, but I also want to respect her and the book as a work of fiction, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Let's talk about the story a little bit. Give us a little preview, a little taste without giving too much away. Just the book jacket, I guess. 11-year-old Jessica Ryder. Where do you take her? What is the flyover? What's the elevator pitch for this book?
Oh, the elevator pitch. It opens on the night that John Lennon was assassinated. And so that's in December, but it's near, right at the beginning of the 80s. And that's intentional to sort of look at, like you said, the 80s, a decade of, like any decade, enormous change, but pre-social media, in terms of all of us being connected, pre-Zoom, anything like that. And it's about a girl who falls down really hard and is pretty much on her own. Her father's an alcoholic. And so she has to go through a journny of descent into, heroin. And I think I tried to avoid making it this sort of cliche thing where everything is terrible and then everything's amazing. Because I think there's just a lot of gray areas, being sober and not being sober. So it's an homage to Boston too. I grew up in Brookline in Boston and near Fenway Park, actually. And so all of this, the city is a character too, if that makes sense. So it's her story. It's her story from age 11 to 20. I don't know how much I should reveal about what changes,
Right.
but
Well, that's good. We can dig in a little more. As a lifelong Yankee fan, I can't get with you there on a lot of that. But,
wow.
I can definitely get with you on the 80s. And I love that you say you start the book on Lenin's assassination, his killing, which kind of closes the chapter on the 70s. It tells you those days are over. Your childhood, that stuff is over. Here comes the hard 80s or whatever whatever the 80s are going to be, that decade. And it's so cool. You set up each chapter, I believe. I just had a sneak preview. All Amazon will show me. But you take us through the time periods, what was happening, similar to Stranger Things on TV. They show us all these 80s things, and it brings us right back there to that time. It was really neat. Could you have set this book in another decade?
No. I mean, I'm 57, so I was born in 1969, and I do have really fond memories of the 70s, and I think of the 70s as being, in my own little childhood way, there's a lot going on then that was difficult, but as kind of idyllic and romantic, that hazy brown 70s light is around it.
Yeah.
Whereas the 80s, in terms of Reagan, in terms of the beginning, I guess some people reckoning with climate change in terms of the, Space Challenger blowing up, all kinds of things were, I think, and I was thinking when you were saying that, everyone sort of older talks about when Kennedy was assassinated as being a turning point in the loss of innocence of the country. And I think for my generation, Lenin being assassinated, not that they're the same, obviously, was a big deal. And maybe for a further down generation, when Kurt Cobain died, I sort of think of, musician-wise, well, a lot of musicians have died, but I think that was a loss of innocence too for the country, just in terms of pop culture and, the Beatles being over and, just a turning of the tide. So I don't think it could have been written set in any other decade. No.
Yeah. It was, I don't know, each generation's coming of age in a point where that might have been triggered. And for this instance, it's Lenin's killing, but I agree that the 70s for me, same feels, idyllic decade, nothing, looking back, nothing went wrong. 80s was suddenly stark reality. Like, this is real life. Erica Kent is with us. The new book, the evocative novel Black Dog, will be out in August. It follows the journey of an 11-year-old Jessica Ryder who has to grow up fast and hard and rediscover things. And not till she hits bottom can she begin any journey. What I appreciate, I think, and again, I haven't read it, but I have a feeling reading the reviews and just a sample, I feel like you've really made 3D characters and 3D story. You didn't make it just sober, not sober. She's good, she's bad. She's complicated and she's very 3D. She's a rounded out character.
She's kind of like the 80s in a way, I mean, in terms of like losing innocence and having some hard truth. I think of Wall Street with the 80s. I think of greed. I think of all kinds of things, cocaine, all kinds of sort of slick, American Psycho kind of stuff. And so in a way, she is like the 80s. And then the 90s, the turn into the 90s, I think, just fashion-wise, music-wise, all kinds of things wise, there was a tide shift maybe back into more innocence. I could be wrong about that, but that was my sense of the decade. And again, that follows my age, so that's probably why.
One more thing, Erica, and then we're going to tell people how, we're going to make people go order this thing, pre-order. We're going to make them click on the right buttons. The character, the story, without giving too much away, but stories grip us because we either identify with a protagonist or root for the protagonist. I think Richard Russo, was he the one who said, I've never rooted for a character so hard? That tells me a lot. I want to be invested in Jessica Ryder. I want to root for her. I really want, and I think maybe was that conscious for an author. You wanted to create somebody that we could all see a part of us in, or root for, or get with.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's important for a character to be accessible to the reader and I honestly think, I'm not just saying this, a reader is a crucial part of a book because the reader is the one forming the relationship as they go. And they're vulnerable to the story. They don't know what's going to happen, or hopefully they don't know what's going to happen. So they're an essential part. So I feel like if you create a character, even if the character is struggling with distance, as she does, distancing herself from people, she doesn't distance herself from the reader, because that's a responsibility, I think, of the writer to make it, to make a character accessible, good, bad, ugly, attractive, whatever, the whole picture.
She's irreverent but romantic. She's complicated, like a lot of preteens. 11-year-old Jessica Ryder. Her journey is in The Black Dog. I'm so excited to read this book. Find it wherever you find books, right? Wherever you order books, you can pre-order on Amazon. I know that. I saw it there. Out in August
4th, and you can pre-order it at Barnes & Noble as well, or at the Santa Fe Writers Project website. You can pre-order it there too. And a lot of people have been very supportive and pre-ordered it, and pre-ordering a book is really helpful to the author. So that would be great if anyone feels inclined.
I never knew that or asked that question. Is that something that can be tell? Like publishers look at that the same way? I don't know. In any business, you're looking at, record sales, whatever it is, they can tell how many people are poised to buy.
For Amazon, for example, bases their inventory on, as other places do, bases their inventory on how many pre-orders. And it sort of indicates, is there a real interest in this book?
Right.
Do we want to have more on hand? So it does make a difference. I don't like mentioning it because it sounds crass, but it's part of the deal.
Yeah, it's the business side of it. You stay with the creative side. Erica Kent, Black Dog is the book we're talking about, and reviewers calling it provocative, unsettling, dark, funny, all the above. Pre-order now. Erica, thanks for being on this morning.
Yes,
are
thank
you in Oregon? It's really early for you right now.
No, I'm in Maine.
Okay.
I'm in Portland, Maine.
You're in the other Portland.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yes.
You can't take a New Englander out of New England.
You can't. You absolutely can't. I've tried, but you can't.
Hey, thanks for being on. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
We'll be
Take
right
care.
back with more right after this.
So, how's that boosted social media post working out for you?
Oh, you mean the one my mom liked twice?
Brutal.
You know what does get attention in Wyoming?
Cowboy State Daily Radio. With Cowboy State Daily Radio, your business gets real statewide exposure through interviews, sponsorships, and advertising people actually remember.
Because nobody wakes up excited to see another banner ad, but they will remember hearing your business on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Advertise with Cowboy State Daily Radio today. Contact me, Piper Fenimore, at piper@cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Somehow I lost all those years. Where did the time go?
You've done the hard part. You quit smoking. Now do the easy part and get scanned for lung cancer. If you smoked, you may still be at risk, but early detection could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh,
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
you got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Cowboy State Daily. This sounds ominous. I'm not sure I like this. I'm playing like music bed roulette. This sounds all right. This will work. Sounds epic. Bailey Evans is here, managing director of G Beta. We've talked with her before. You can find out more at generator.com. Generator with an 8 in there. They help promote and coordinate the efforts of startups, creatives, investors, industry, offering accelerators that catalyze community, mentorship, network, conviction, and capital. G Beta is where genius meets opportunity. And here is Bailey. What is G Beta? I just explained
You just nailed it.
but I didn't really completely understand it. Give us an idea. We're going to talk about an upcoming event that's pretty exciting, but again, give us the overview of what's going on. G Beta, what's it all about?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you for having me back. And that music was epic. We need to use epic music to describe G Beta all the time. G Beta is, so let me start with Generator. The company I work for is called Generator, and it's a national venture capital firm and accelerator. So we run accelerator types of programs all around the country, aiming to help startups grow faster, grow big fast, and be able to, make a lot of revenue and then learn how to grow as fast as they can or as fast as they want to. G Beta is one such program, and we run them. There's 20, 25 or so G Beta programs running all around the country, including G Beta Wyoming. And so G Beta Wyoming specifically works with Wyoming companies, Wyoming startup companies who want to grow their companies, beyond the borders of their communities, beyond the borders of Wyoming. They would like to grow this company. Oftentimes it's software or technology. It's some kind of innovation that's never been really done before. And they want to grow it really big, really fast, and seek venture capital funding to do so. So it's a 7-week accelerator program. We teach the math, the milestones, the metrics of venture capital, talk about, do you want venture capital? What does that mean for you? How much equity might you sell? When might you sell equity? How much money should you raise? All of those types of questions that founders usually have about venture capital. And then we introduce them and let them pitch to a whole bunch of investors throughout the program as well. So I get to find the companies, help coach them, and then introduce them to investors, both here in Wyoming and across the state.
And I'm sure many success stories that you can point to. Sorry. And where are we in the program cycle? You mentioned 7 weeks, because I see one that has a deadline coming up at the end of August. I think it begins August 31st through October 9. AI for Leaders, Wyoming Innosphere. What is that? Is that one of the programs, or is that
that's
different?
Actually a somewhat different. Yeah, somewhat different. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you. So for G Beta, we just finished our spring cohort, and so that's the event that we'll talk about. We'll do kind of a graduation celebration event here in Cheyenne next week. The skills program that you're talking about. So another program that Generator runs around the country is our Generator Skills program, and that's a accelerator for individuals. So not so much for startup companies, but for individual humans who want to learn new skills, upskill, perhaps seek a new job or a promotion at their job. And that program does run, occasionally throughout the year. There's not a real specific cadence of that one. So the one that you just mentioned in September, October, I think you said is our AI for Leaders, I believe. So learning about how to use AI in your job And then we'll do another G Beta program for startup companies in the fall. So that program, the applications are due September 20th, and then that program will run November through about mid-December, and then we'll do our big showcase celebration event in January for that one.
Now, Bailey, whether we're talking about generator skills or the G Beta program, what is costs associated with this, and how do we enroll, get signed up? I was on the website. I think you just fill out the form, right?
Yeah. So one thing I didn't mention when I was giving the overview is that these programs, G Beta across the country, are run because we work with sponsors or program partners throughout the country. So sometimes it's a municipality that cares about, growing innovation and jobs in their community. Sometimes it's a university. In Wyoming, it's Microsoft. So Microsoft here in Cheyenne wants to spur innovation and be a positive contributor to the Wyoming economy and, spread goodwill and all of that. So Microsoft sponsors our G Beta Wyoming program, and that makes it free. That makes it free for all of our participants, whether that's G Beta or skills. Microsoft has sponsored skills programs in the past, but right now that's InnoSphere. As you mentioned, InnoSphere sponsors the upcoming skills program. But the bottom line is it's free for participants to participate, to come along and join the program. There is a form to fill out, and then there's the application process. And then for G Beta, there's an application process and then an interview process. And we choose 5. We only choose 5 for each cohort. So it's a bit of a selective process. For skills programming, there is an interview, but I don't believe there's a cap on how many can participate. So that's a larger cohort.
For me personally, to see corporations like Microsoft believe enough in this program that they're underwriting, footing the bill, sponsoring and somebody, that means, corporations, they care about bottom line and they see it working. I would imagine they see the results. They believe in it.
Yeah. So we've run 11 cohorts of this G Beta program now. So we started in 2020. They've all been sponsored by Microsoft. So they continue to sponsor, they continue to see the benefit of this program. Our alumni companies, so 55 alumni companies, 11 cohorts, 55 companies, overall in total have raised more than $45 million in mostly venture capital funding and some grant funding as well as in there. They've created something like 300 jobs throughout the state as well. So the program is definitely having a positive impact, and Microsoft continues to see it and support it. And we're very grateful to them.
Bailey, tell me what's going on June 11th. That's a Thursday, by the way. If you're in the Cheyenne area, find yourself at the state capital city, Cheyenne, something going on. Now, I don't know if you're doing it virtually, but if you are, you're not going to be able to enjoy the snacks and the drinks. But what's this going to be all about?
Yeah, so after each cohort of G Beta, we do what we call our startup showcase. And so it's not a contest. It's not a Shark Tank style. I mean, I guess it's a little bit Shark Tank style, but, there's no money on the line at this event. We just put up a stage and a screen and a microphone and send our 5 companies from each cohort or, from the most recent cohort up on stage to present their pitch, the pitch that they worked on in G Beta. They each have a 5-minute pitch. And it's really just a chance for the community to see what's happening here and, the types of companies that are growing here. It's impressive. I think a lot of people don't realize the type of innovations that are coming out of Wyoming. So it's really fun. We have drinks and snacks and no, unfortunately, I don't have a virtual option, but it will be here in Cheyenne starting at 4:00 on June 11th, Thursday, June 11th at the Laramie County Community College Flex Tech building, which is a really nice space. They've got these huge windows. You can oversee the prairie. In the wintertime, the sun sets at that time. I guess in this time it probably won't, but it's a really fun event. It's a great chance to network and meet people and see what's happening with startups here.
Hey, have any of the G Beta graduates, give me an idea of success story, somebody who has taken that idea, that germ of an idea, and really made it work, like brick and mortar, put it into spinning. And then I imagine there's some that that particular thing they were working didn't work, but this whole program got them inspired, got them where they needed to be to go make a lateral pivot and do something else. I don't know. Success stories, I'm sure, abound.
Sure. Yeah. We do have a lot of really fun and great success stories. So I'll point to one because it's also a Microsoft success story that Microsoft is really proud of and happy with. But this company is called Frog Creek Partners. I may have mentioned this when we met last time, but Frog Creek Partners is a company out of Casper. And the founder, Brian, realized or just had this idea that he could put kind of like a mesh coffee filter sort of material into a storm drain, with a steel cover and everything into the storm drains that you see in the streets. And it would filter out cigarette butts and trash and chemicals and things like that before it can get to the rivers and the waterways in Wyoming and ultimately to our oceans, saving lives of fish and just keeping our water healthier for everyone. And so he started manufacturing those several years ago. He raised some angel investment funding and has done really well over the last few years, including being hired by Microsoft and Meta and some of the other big names to install these storm drains at their locations. And so they have directives and they have goals, sustainability goals and things like that. And so they've been hiring him to install those at different places around the country. So that one's really cool.
Sometimes it's like visionary, somebody who can see something coming down the road tech-wise that nobody's thought of yet. And sometimes as simple as, duh, how are we not doing this already? Storm drain screen.
I know, that's my favorite moment I have a lot of favorite moments in my job, but that's one of my favorite moments is like, why has no one done this before? This is brilliant. And I love it. So that's a fun one.
Bailey Evans, managing editor of G-Beta. It's part of generator.com. Go on the interwebs, find it there, generator.com. And keep this date, put this on your refrigerator. Thursday, June 11th, starting at 4 in the afternoon, Laramie County Community College's Flex Tech building. It's worth it just to see the space. Everybody get there if you can. Bailey, thanks for being on.
Thank you so much.
You want more drama music to play you out? Let's see. No. Oh yeah, this is G-Beta. Sort of. Thanks for being on. Have a great Wednesday. We'll see you June 11th. Bailey Evans with G-Beta. Generator.com. We spoke before. I'm excited about all these kind of think tanky ideas, and anytime you get creatives together with investors, you might just make a startup. You might just make a baby called a startup. It's good stuff. Cowboy State Daily Show continues coming up next hour, and we're not done. Next hour will be pretty exciting. James McManus is here. He's a real life mobster. He was with the Lucchese family, which is basically, the Lucchese family is Goodfellas. Like, he really did that and did time for his involvement. He's going to be on to talk about a couple of things, but we're going to start with Trump's so-called by McManus nuclear bomb for $70 million retirement funds. This 401k plan, the $2 trillion private credit industry. This could all blow up in our faces, McManus says. Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder will be on next hour as well. Andrew Rossi stops in. Of course, in the second hour, it's always the day weather, Don Day forecast. We'll find out what's going on with today's weather and this week, and we'll peek into the weekend as well. By the way, speaking of President Trump, he said talks with Iran were starting to get very boring, in his words, very boring, and that he couldn't care less if they broke down. Well, that can't be good. Also, news around the country. Doctors are seeing more children with whooping cough, bacterial infections, and other serious illnesses. All this attributed to vaccination rates falling off. 60 Minutes is in a mess. The explosive staff meeting ended in firings, rehiring, 60 Minutes. I don't know if there's a future for this program. And finally, our neighbors to the north in Canada, there's a serious campaign to turn Alberta, the province, into its own country. It's starting to gain mainstream appeal. Could Alberta be the newest country? Maybe. That'll do it for this hour. We got another one coming up right after this. First now, though, let's get to news. Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Police in Montrose, Colorado say a Gillette resident bought a gun in Wyoming, drove hundreds of miles, and started randomly shooting. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that police say they don't know why 42-year-old Eduardo Garcia Barrera did it.
Barrera, a part-time resident of Gillette, bought a gun at a local sporting goods store in Wyoming, and then he drove 11 hours to Montrose, Colorado, where he then unleashed a fury of bullets in downtown Colorado in a busy commercial section. He did strike a 22-year-old pedestrian before he ultimately turned the gun on himself. The 22-year-old victim is in stable condition.
Police say the incident unfolded over roughly 35 minutes on Saturday morning as Barrera fired at moving vehicles and pedestrians as he entered the western Colorado city. A Bozeman woman is home following a 24-day hospital stay after her hand was ripped off in a terrifying horse accident at the Montana State University Rodeo Practice Arena. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports the woman's husband and MSU rodeo coach sent team members to find her detached hand.
Presley Whitaker was training a horse in a small enclosure with a rope, and something happened to spook the horse or buck her off somehow. The horse drug her through the arena and she hit a fence and broke her jaw, and that's where she also lost her right hand. Presley was flown to a hospital in Salt Lake City where surgeons tried to reattach her hand. However, the damage was too extensive and they were unable to do so. Casey Ray Sellers, the rodeo coach at Gillette College, told me that she's seen people lose fingers in rodeo accidents and horse accidents. She's seen a lot of wrecked legs, but she's never seen someone lose a hand.
On May 4th, Presley was pen roping a young horse, a horsemanship technique that teaches young horses how to handle cattle and grow accustomed to working with a rope, when the horse she was on threw her and took off. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This has been another safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Cheyenne attorney George Powers, who filed a complaint calling for a criminal investigation against Chuck Gray for releasing sensitive voter data to the federal government, asked the Wyoming Supreme Court on Tuesday to appoint a special prosecutor. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports Powers wants answers.
Powers has said, well, get a special prosecutor, find a way to rope in a special prosecutor. And then Couts, the attorney general, said, I'm handling this in accordance with the rules, not in the public arena. That's what Attorney General Couts said to Powers on May 4th. And so then Powers pushed again May 20th, like, I need to know something's going on. We can file a writ of mandamus, making you do the thing. So he did end up filing that writ of mandamus, which is a petition to a court to make an official do something that is clearly that official's duty.
Powers also asked the High Court to issue an order commanding Wyoming Attorney General Keith Couts and the AG's office to recuse themselves from investigating whether Gray could have committed a crime. It's unclear whether the AG's office has already or not recused itself from the matter. Cheyenne planners are recommending denial of most of the provisions in a huge 32-acre Microsoft data center expansion. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that one resident said during a marathon 5-hour hearing on Monday that this would overtake the city.
The person who brought that up was one of the commissioners, Megan Connor, and she just wanted to know, how did the planning people come to determine it's beneficial to the city?
Only one part of the plan, assigning agricultural zoning to the 3,500-acre Highlands area if it is annexed, will reach the June 8th City Council meeting with a recommendation to approve. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
All right, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. Trying to pull James McManus into the Zoom room, having a little trouble. I'm going to have to call Scotty, and here goes my Star Trek reference. Nobody's going to remember the original Star Trek. I liken the Zoom, I don't know what's going on. I liken the Zoom room experience to like being on the transporter pod of the Enterprise. And you're trying to beam that alien life, in this case, James McManus, the alien, and you're trying to beam him aboard, and you sort of have him, you have his electrons, his particles, you kind of have a grip on him, but you can't really get him to materialize. And that's what's going on now. I got 4 swing and misses at getting McManus to materialize on the transporter pod. It's so weird. Yeah. It's a Zoom thing. The software we all had to become familiar with when COVID happened. And yeah, I got like 4 of them in the waiting room. And I can't get any one of the James McManuses in. It's got to be something on your end, James, if you're listening or watching the show. I don't know. I'm admitting you, but admitting is not happening. Maybe I'll do what the IT experts say. Quit and restart. Maybe that'll work. Meanwhile, you know what I'm seeing? We had that story the other day about the 2 mutilated Rottweilers found in North Platte River. And the family obviously is, that's disheartening. Django and Hera found dead in the river, deeply disturbing. One had its head ripped off. Both of them kind of mutilated, killed, presumably shotgun blast, just sick stuff. This happened right outside Torrington, Wyoming. And the follow-up I'm seeing from Animal Wellness Action is reward being offered, $2,500 reward for any information on the Rottweiler thing. I had McManus and he fell off again. Yeah, darn it. Because this, he's going to be a real, here he is. He's materializing. Oh my goodness. I think we got him. Hold on.
And just like that,
what are you doing over there? I had you and then I lost you and then
leave it to New York internet.
Oh, figures. Yeah, we'll blame the Bronx. The Bronx takes the heat.
We'll blame the Bronx. Why not?
Something went wrong in the Bronx last night because the Yankees got beat by the Indians.
Yeah,
I still call them the Indians.
I said, they've been on a good run. But
yeah,
sometimes they can't win them all.
So James McManus is with us, an actual real life former mob. So we'll put former in there just so the feds know that he's no longer in the biz. But he did the job and he did the time. McManus was part of the Lucchese family, which, that crime family basically parallels what we saw on TV on the screen. With Goodfellas is what it was.
Yeah.
Did they get that mostly right? What happened
It's before my time. It's before my time. But, you have plenty of people that are out there that talk about it. So I'll leave it to the experts that were there.
Yeah. So let's talk about President Trump, the idea that I don't really know. James, you're going to have to tell me what it's about and why you don't like this one bit. In fact, you're calling this a potential nuclear bomb. This could blow up in our face. President Trump's proposed on how he wants to do 401ks for us. He wants to privatize Social Security. What's going on?
So what really right now is because of the civil RICO suit, because I have experience in it from 30 years ago, and I put a civil RICO suit in the Southern District of New York against a private credit lender. Okay, there's an asset management company, Fairbridge Mismanagement, but Fairbridge represents the market as a whole. It's $1 billion entity. Okay, and what happened is to Trump, to the point that you brought up, and I'll get into the micro level of it, is that his concept is right. Let's put the money into private credit industry because the returns are so great. So why can't the public participate in it? Well, it's two parts. One, the public is participating in it. He just wants to double down on it. Now, I'm not disagreeing that everybody should make more money. We all need it today. But the problem in the private credit industry is that there's really no regulation. Jamie Dimon, the CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase, in the fourth quarter of 2025, started to sound the alarm bell, and he said that the private credit industry has been working in an opaque box, and he equates them to cockroaches. Now that's parallel to the same time that I filed my suit against them. And what happens is that you have to have some sort of regulations with these private credit lenders. And they don't. And where do they get their money from? They get their money from institutional vehicles, Brookfield, Oaktree, and your next door neighbor in Nebraska, American Life and Securities Corp. So I agree with Trump's concept 100%, but I also say not so fast. We have a virus going on that people have right now that they don't realize they're infected. And until we, quote unquote, true vaccine for this virus, and in essence, tighten up the regulations, it's going to blow up in everyone's face. And I can get into that shortly.
Yeah, if it does blow up, so what does that look like? If it's worst case scenario and this whole thing backfires and blows up, what is that going to mean for the average citizen? What does that look like?
Great question. We're all old enough to remember the 2008 and 9 housing crisis.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Okay. So the dynamics to why the housing crisis occurred in the first place is a mirror image of what's going on in the private credit business. Because when they tightened up the banking regulations, what happened to all that business? Where'd it go? Well, all they did was step to the right and open up this unregulated private credit industry. And now it's a $2 trillion industry, which is larger than the housing crisis was in 8 and 9. And where the money comes to these institutions through annuities, union, pension funds, retirement funds, because it's not their money. It's the public's money. So who always ends up paying the price? The public. And the breaks in the that we've seen in early 8 that started to show the stress is the same breaks that you can't Google or read a newspaper that you don't see Moody's downgrading a private credit firm day after day, and even today, Times, Barron's, Wall Street Journal, downgrade, negative. So the writing is starting to become public, and once the public starts to read about it and see it as an everyday occurrence, the problem is here.
The writing's on the wall if you know how to read it. This guy does. James McManus happened to, be in this kind of world, this finance world. Let me throw a few words at you. Racketeering, extortion, money laundering, fraud. That's not what McManus was involved in, the crime family. That's Fairbridge Asset Management and a big federal lawsuit. James, why is there still an empty lot at 1932 McGraw Ave in the Bronx?
Well, there's an empty lot in 1932 McGraw Avenue, and there's also a 32-unit, $17 million building already built in Connecticut. And both were funded by Fairbridge Mismanagement, I call them. And really what happened right now is, I call them cartels. Because if you close your eyes, just like you opened up with those crimes that we've alleged that they have committed, you would think you're talking about a cartel. You'd think you're talking about a crime organization.
Yeah.
But, instead of walking around with baseball bats, they're using predatory lending, equity stripping, and they're walking around in $2,000 Brioni suits, and they're in glass towers in Manhattan and all around the country, actually. What happened? Why this has occurred, and it's this is a 4-year period, so it's many layers and levels to it. But I'll give you a quick, easy example. In August of 2024, August 14th, we were just finishing the first $4 million tranche of construction lending from them. And we already had an agreement for an additional $4 million to complete the building. The building was erected, all right, in Connecticut. And on the 14th in the morning, they sent us over a term sheet, $8.2 million at 11% interest, which was, plus once you cook the points into it, it's about 13-14%. So it's not cheap money. And they send the wire instructions to Flagstar Bank alongside of it for us to make deposits to them as well. But by 5 o'clock in the evening, they send an email over to myself and my partner and say, "We're sorry, we have to rescind the offer." Then they send an email to my partner without me on it at 10 o'clock at night and say, "This has nothing to do with you, my partner, but it has to do with Jim and McGraw Avenue, which is in the Bronx, different state, New York versus Connecticut. And we want to talk about his interest in Popular." Really? And so now at this point, it's the bait and switch. I have a building that's erected. We never had an issue on that project. There's not one email, not one text message, nothing. This project is running smooth. But what they realize is, you brought up the baseball analogy from this morning. Well, this was a grand slam, not a double, Connecticut was a grand slam. Now, there was a project in the Bronx that had difficulties because New York City DOB and delays that were going on. But that was one issue. But the real issue in that project was that Fairbridge basically reneged, just like they did in that day on August 14th. Prior to, they reneged on the funding and then left me with a mountain of debt. And I said, "How the heck am I going to get out of this?" So what happens is they came up with a plan. We're going to extort James for an additional $1 million in Connecticut. So instead of 8.2, we want $9.8 million. So I went into a severe stress because you guys really got me over a barrel, and this project in Connecticut is a stellar project, and you're ruining it. Well, that was August of 2024. I ended up having a heart attack in October of 2024 that I don't know about, which now I'm dragging, and I'm fighting with them in the process. I will not give them the additional $1 million. Well, what happens is December 4th of 2024, I end up in St. Francis Hospital in Long Island, and I have a sextuplet, 6 bypasses, and a heart valve repair. I'm clinically dead for 5 hours. Thank God. And only divine intervention is why I'm here, and some great doctors over there. And then I still continue to fight with them. Now, I said, I do not want to cross-collateralize these properties because they don't belong there. And there was a long story to why. But I offered for them, and all of this is in emails. There's no conspiracy theory. But it's important to understand the nuances because then it gets into how this affects the public. So what happened is I said, I'll give you $1 million, unencumbered, no debt on it, piece of property, leave it to McGraw Avenue. They say, no, we're not interested in additional collateral. We want to stay with the deal that's there. But I knew at that point and prior to, they were setting me up for an equity strip. And then they created defaults. So what did they do? They dragged the job out 10 months. They stopped the funding. And there was an interest reserve account to pay the interest, $50,000 a month. $500,000, they depleted my interest reserve all this time. So they set us up to fail. And there's many emails and many text messages and many examples of the crimes that you mentioned in the beginning, and there's many more that follow. So that's where this kind of comes together.
James McManus knows firsthand, as he describes in his personal business life, how things can get sideways. One last thing, James, before we're out of time, you mentioned that President Trump, his executive order opening 401k plans to $2 trillion in private credit money. He's got the right idea, but the implementation, it can go wrong. Can you make it right? If you were to advise him saying, yeah,
100%.
How do we
100%.
fix it?
So all he has to do is look back what he did in the bank. If it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, it's a duck. Well, if it has money like a bank, it lends money like a bank, and can take property like a bank, well, then they should have the same regulations as the bank. And they don't. So what happens is we need to, and I've been speaking with senators and congressmen and American Life and Security Corp there in Nebraska. That's where money came from in these deals. And the thing is that Fairbridge, they have a due diligence that they representations of warranties to the institutional entities that they get the money from. Well, they have a platform dedicated to lending to racketeers, people with millions of dollars of judgment on their head, disbarred attorneys, government informants, and the list goes on and on. Well, guess what happens? Through that pipeline, like an American Life and Securities Corp, the money comes from the public. This is their annuities. This is their life insurances, that those premiums are taken and rolled into an Oak Tree or rolled into a Fairbridge. And then it goes into deals that are toxic. And that's what happened in 8-9. The brokers were giving loans to people that they should have one home, not 3 homes. And then you infect the whole market, becomes systemic. So all Donald Trump has to do here is to get the regulators, like he said, drain the swamp. I'm all for it. But in this case, there's a lot of draining. No one's touched it yet. And Jamie Dimon and the wonderful minds in the financial world today, they know it. They're out there saying it. And you can't go a day without seeing a downgrade in the private credit sector. You just have to open up the paper.
James McManus with us. Very insightful stuff. Appreciate it. No matter how much you might be inclined to do so, do not send a dead horse's head to the CEO of Fairbridge Mismanagement. I said, I don't suggest that.
So Jake, quick question. You're from Hell's Kitchen originally in New York?
Yeah.
I was looking. I said, "You got to be kidding me!" So you left the concrete jungle to go to the wide open country.
Yeah,
God bless you. God bless. Smart man. You're a smart man.
Complete about my brother's still NYPD in the Bronx. He doesn't know any better, but I got out of there, man.
God bless them, especially with the pain and suffering they had to endure over the last 10 years.
Oh, yeah.
Horrible. It's a disgrace.
Hey, thanks for being here. I appreciate it.
No, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good day.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Let's get weather forecast in here, and our weather guy, Don Day, ready to join. I think the weather's looking good. Pretty sure, but we'll double check. Some of us might see some showers this afternoon, but for the most part, a really nice day. Day weather forecast. There's Don. Don, what's going on today in Wyoming weather?
I'd call this a pretty typical day in June. It's going to be sunny. It's going to be warm. Still going to have some afternoon and evening thunderstorms, but mainly in the east. They won't be quite as widespread as the last couple of days. So nice day, really.
Yeah. I saw it try to thunderstorm on me yesterday, but it couldn't quite get there. Yeah, I just have to know when to cover the grill, It's important.
Well, what we need to do is we need to get a radar app and then have a big star on the map that shows where your grill is so we can know if something's moving into your spot.
We have the technology. This could be done.
We'll just call it Grillcast.
Grillcast. This could be done. I also need the golf cast, the cat cast. We all need the boating when it's safe to go out boating here pretty soon. We can get out on the water. Yeah, all right. That's doable. So anything, the weekend still looks good. I see like a little bit of a cool down Sunday, maybe. No?
Yeah, Sunday is going to bring about a bit of a change, especially Western Wyoming. There's a cool front coming out of the Pacific Northwest, and it's going to be a weather maker, showers and thunderstorms. However, between now and Saturday, Jake, it just kind of rinse and repeat. Comfortably warm, a little bit of isolated thunderstorm activity, mainly in the east. But as we get into Sunday and Monday, do expect it to cool off a bit and those rain chances to get a little bit higher.
All right. Thank you, Don. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Day weather forecast coming up next. Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder with us after this quick break.
Step back into the Old West at the 51st Annual Cody Show, brought to you by the Winchester Arms Collectors Association with the Sharps Collectors Association. Join us July 10th through the 12th at the Riley Arena in Cody, Wyoming, featuring over 300 tables of collectible Winchester firearms, historical treasures, and Western memorabilia. Buy, sell, trade, and get expert appraisals. Don't forget, raffle tickets are available for your chance to win one of 2 short rifles. Showtimes and details at winchestercollector.org.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. And in our family, we're used to getting involved, and I encourage you to do the same, especially when it comes to caring for your loved ones. When I think about Alzheimer's and the impact it had on my family, I recognize that losing a race isn't such a bad day after all. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together.
All right, back from break, we're with Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder. Great to see you again.
Good to see you, Dave.
So let's start with, I don't think we've seen you since Supreme Court made the right call, that we'll say. And what does it mean for Education Savings Account, ESA? Now, it's not quite a done deal, but we can sort of move forward with the anticipation it's done, not retroactive, so we can't go back and grab money. But what is the current state of the ESA program, and how do parents, take advantage at this point?
Yeah, really exciting news. The Supreme Court struck down the injunction on the ESA program. Now, it's important to note that the underlying case is still being litigated, so we don't have an answer on that yet. But this is a good sign. And when you read the findings, the decision, you see that this, they show that this does not harm our public education students. And so we're able to proceed with the program. So really exciting news. We are starting for this upcoming school year. We'll get the program up and running again. And actually, we're able to roll over this last quarter payment to parents. So that will roll over into next year's funding. So they will get a quarter of the previous year funding. Unfortunately, they didn't receive, the other 3 quarters, but that's something at least with the timing of the lifting of the injunction.
So if you have applied, do you need to reapply? Like, what is your status?
Yes, you do. Now, your information should pre-populate in the system, but you do need to reapply in a sense or confirm that your information is correct. And then if you want to receive that last quarter payment that rolls over, you need to show us that you were in fact enrolled in private education, homeschool, you name it, and you were not enrolled in public school this last school year.
Education Savings Account, ESA, as Superintendent Degenfelder said, the Wyoming Supreme Court recently lifted lower court's injunction. That's good news. Not fully good news. Is there any crystal ball? Can we with any confidence move full forward, or just baby steps right now? Take this one step, as Superintendent pointed out.
I feel really optimistic about it. Like I said, the Supreme Court, they kind of, made it clear that there was no harm caused to our public education students. Of course, the funding for this program is separate from our public school funding. It was funded from the general fund rather than the school foundation program account. And so I think that's really helpful for the underlying case as that's being litigated. So I remain really optimistic. And the other important question that we often get asked is, okay, if we accept these funds moving into the next school year, is there any way that those could be pulled back from us, that we'd have to pay those back? And we see no instance where that would occur. We've worked with the Attorney General's office because we would hate to ever put a family in that situation. And so we can go ahead, we can move forward, families can benefit from that as we await that final decision.
Well, while school's out for many of the kids, the adults have been busier than ever, whether it's upcoming L3 Summit, we'll talk about that, whether it's the SRP Academy, or let's go to a little recap of what's going on with the interim meetings with the Joint Education Committee recap. It had to be an exhaustive, if not exhausting, 2-day session. I looked at the agenda. I got tired just reading it. What did you cover? What happened? There was all kinds of things in there you were talking with a committee about.
Yeah, so the legislature's Joint Education Committee met Monday and Tuesday, and you're right, it was a jam-packed agenda. They were covering everything from the basket of goods down to school discipline, to administration of education systems and policy. And so it was really busy. And the basket of goods, that's basically everything. That is the statutory obligations of what we teach our kids. And so big undertaking, a lot of discussion there. And ultimately what the committee is going to do is break out into some different work groups. One around the basket of goods, one around education administration. So that's who's doing what between the state superintendent, the State Board of Education, the Professional Teaching Standards Board, and then there's also going to be one around school discipline. Also had a lot of conversation about charter schools and dual and concurrent enrollment as well. So it was a big 2 days, and so excited to see what the future of the interim committee brings.
I saw a little virtual education, AI, all this. I mean, it ran the gamut, this 2-day thing. Were you there in person in Casper? Because also in Casper was I guess this is the second day of the SRP Academy.
Yes, so I'm in Casper as we speak. I was at the Joint Education meeting on Monday, and then just yesterday provided the introduction remarks for that safety conference. And so this was our first ever SRP, which is School Resource Personnel Conference. And so really bringing together folks from the facility side to our SROs, our school resource officers, to teachers. And so this was a great kickoff, good partnership between Department of Homeland Security, School Facilities Commission, you name it. And so this will hopefully be the first of many, but that's going on right now, started yesterday and goes through today as well.
Specialized training, panel discussions, networking. It's going on at the Fort Wyoming Center in Casper. If you've seen people walking around with firearms, maybe that's why. Don't panic. It's the Wyoming SRP Academy and school resource personnel. You know, in the event, I mean, this day and age, you got to train for stuff like that, how to do, what is the process of a lockdown? And I'm sure there's a lot of other stuff. It doesn't have to be like a school shooting you to be prepared for, but, you know, making our schools secure. I want to know that there are people being trained to do that.
Absolutely. And it's about, mental health interventions. It's about our counselors, their work. It's about, those SROs. They aren't just there for security of a school. They're developing relationships with students every single day, creating a safe environment somewhere where a student can go and report to them if they hear any concerning information. And, in Wyoming, we take safety extremely seriously because, if we don't have a safe environment for our kids to go to school, nothing else matters. And, the one thing you cannot do is become complacent when it comes to school safety and wait for another tragedy to occur before we start taking it seriously. And so that's been something that's important to me in my term, making sure that we have these trainings in place and that we're coming together collaboratively in these efforts.
If you are a internet surfer, and who isn't, you can find all kinds of resources on the website, Wyoming Department of Education. Let's talk about that parent summit, Superintendent Degenfelder. It's all like everything you ever wanted to know. The whole shebang is out there on the internet. How'd that go? And I'm glad you put it all up there. I was watching a little bit of that.
Yeah, so we actually launched our first ever parent summit. And so this idea came about, I ran 4 years ago on putting parents back in charge of education and getting them more empowered. And so this was about how do we provide a venue for parents to learn about the education system, how you best engage, how these things work, because it's confusing. There's a lot of acronyms, there's a lot of resources out there. And so who does what? What does the school board do versus the state superintendent of public instruction? And so we went through everything from standards and assessment to special education law, to some of the recent laws that have been passed in the state legislature. And so it was great. We held it virtually so that parents could tune in from all across the state. And we had dozens of participants. And I think this will only continue to grow.
Anything a parent wanted to know about Education Wyoming right now, it's all out there. It's the Parent Summit. You can find it online on the interwebs. One last thing, upcoming June 9-10, Little America Hotel and Resort, 2-day experience. What's the L3 Summit? It's more of this Wyoming language and literacy, and we're putting policy into practice.
Yeah, so you'll remember that this last legislative session, we passed historic literacy reform. And this is a big lift. We actually have to have rules in place before July. And so right now, just last night, we had our superintendent literacy cabinet met to look over the rules. And so this is a part of that, our really efforts around literacy. This is one of the 6 points in my strategic plan was all around literacy. And so this conference will do just that, focus on the new law, focus on those new rules, how we better provide resources to our teachers and to our schools. So a lot happening around literacy right now, and very excited for that. We will have the emergency rules that will go into place beginning in July, and then at the same time be promulgating those permanent rules. And so encourage folks to keep an eye out for that, make comments. It's really important in the work around literacy.
You've put a lot in motion during your term as superintendent. You're busier than ever. I don't know when you have time to campaign for anything else, but it's been busy at Wyoming Department of Health. Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder, with us. Anything else?
We're working hard, Jake. We'll go to the finish line.
You have a great day.
Thanks, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday. We'll get to Andrew Rossi here in just a little bit, right after a short break. Don't go far.
Park County Fair's back this July. Happening all week is the thrilling Carnival Midway. Tuesday's the Muddy Mess with pig mud wrestling. Get ready to rumble for boxing on Wednesday. Pull yourself to the grounds for Thursday's truck and tractor pulls. Friday's the fast-paced figure 8 race. And as always, Saturday's the sellout demolition derby. Tickets are on sale now, and we'll see you at the 100th Fair on patented land.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A-plus service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion. Leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
And we're back from break of the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday. Busy one. We're hitting the halfway mark here. Turning the corner on the front nine, which included Erica Kent, first-time author. Her new book, Black Dog, is out in August. Sounds pretty interesting, especially if you grew up in Boston during the 80s. I bet you'll really enjoy that. Bailey Evans was on. Bailey's with G Beta Generator. They have this gathering coming up later this month. James McManus, despite internet connection problems, finally did arrive. He's an interesting dude. And Andrew Rossi will be here shortly. He's got some great stories you got to read. Claire McFarland pops in next hour, although we had her ready to go. Yeah. Brent Bien will be here next hour. Jared Petrino will talk UW sports. Rod Miller's still to come. And lots more. Cowboy State Daily stories that I'm particularly interested in, that we're following, that are not Andrew Rossi, because Andrew will talk about his stories when he gets on. I saw this Colby Fedor story. I saw it in some Colorado newspapers as well. One of a Wyoming man, Gillette man, went on a shooting spree in a Colorado town in Montrose, Colorado. This man still trying to learn what was the problem. Why do people stab barrel racing horses? Why do people go on shooting sprees? Who knows? There's something haywire in their brains. This Gillette guy allegedly bought a gun in Wyoming, which is about as easy as buying a pack of cigarettes, and it should be. Drove hundreds of miles and unleashed a shooting spree in Montrose, Colorado, before taking his own life. The shooting spree ended up hitting and injuring one person, 22-year-old. Then this guy crashed his vehicle into Crash Burger. I mean, how fitting. Seriously, this place is named Crash Burger. Wow. Sometimes you just, life imitates art. Sometimes you just can't make this stuff up. Put that under any category. Shooting spree, Eduardo Garcia Barrera, 42-year-old part-time resident of Gillette. Police say they still have no motive for why he opened fire on random motorists and a pedestrian, and why he did so in Montrose. Why drive from Gillette, buy a firearm, and then go to there's got to be a reason, unless his intent was, I'm going to end this shooting spree by crashing into a place called Crash Burger. Come on. You really can't write this. I mean, if you did write this, nobody'd believe it. Yeah, I don't know, but I'm just glad Colby Fedor had the news for us. But this story is all over Colorado, certainly our neighbors to the south. Let's get Andrew Rossi into the room. See what this guy's up to. Rossi!
Morning, Jake.
What's happening over there in Park County? Are you in Cody right now?
I am.
I mean, you don't have to tell us. As a participant in the witness protection program, you can leave that undisclosed.
Probably for the best.
Yeah. What are the Rossi stories we got to be interested in?
Well, I would hope they're all of them, but you can pick and choose. I won't hold it against you.
Chickens are dinosaurs. Did Mark Hines? Isn't Mark Hines' daughter say that chickens are dinosaurs or something? I have a note.
That she does.
I have this obscure note to myself, and I forgot how I even got it. It says Mark Hines' daughter says chickens are dinosaurs. Okay.
She's not wrong.
She's not wrong, right?
No, we make the distinction now, and I say we, talking about paleontologists, that there really is no distinction between today's modern birds and dinosaurs. We call modern birds avian dinosaurs, and it's the big guys that we all think of when we hear dinosaurs, non-avian dinosaurs, because there's an interrupted line between the two.
And dinosaurs had feathers.
Yes, not all, but some.
Yeah, it's so weird. It's as weird to think that Devil's Tower might be twisting in the wind. What's this? How is Devil's Tower moving at all? It looks pretty stable.
Well, that's the fun thing. It's not a might, it's an is. And actually, give me a second here, Jake. I'm going to get something to help demonstrate this, because you presented the perfect opportunity. I've got my Devil's Tower right here.
Look at that. Andrew brought visuals. Bonus points for Rossi.
I aim to please. So yeah, when we look at Devil's Tower, we think of it as just a solid mass that's not moving. But this team of scientists, they put sensors at the base of the tower and then one at the top to measure its movements, because they had a suspicion that it actually was just like a skyscraper moves in the wind. And what they determined is that it sways back and forth, and that it actually twists in different directions as well. Now, that movement we're talking about, that's in terms of micrometers. That's stuff that you'd never be able to see if you were just standing and staring at Devil's Tower. If you did a time lapse for 1,000 years, you wouldn't see that movement. But it is happening, and that's just a natural result of the seismic forces and the wind that's blowing against it all the time. So it is not a static object. It is moving and moving quite a bit.
Is that because what it's made up of? What is it made up of? That's just like dried magma or something? What is it?
Yeah, so Devil's Tower is a volcanic plug. It's a mass of molten magma that solidified under the ground, and over millions or thousands of years, the surface around it was eroded until you just got that exposed. It is 100% solid. That's something that this study also confirmed. There's no cavities or gaps on the inside, but that does give us a sense of how stable it is. But even a stable structure like that is not immune to just the natural forces of the world. So it is moving. And as the guy that I spoke to said, it's moving quite a bit. It's active. It's almost alive in its own way.
Interesting. So is any butte that we see in Wyoming also similar, somehow moving? I mean, we're not going to see it. Stare all you want. You won't see it. But if we measured it, does any butte move, or it's just this one?
Moving, yes. Moving the same way, that I am not sure. Because Devil's Tower is kind of its own unique thing in the fact that it's so tall and so narrow. So all of these mountains and features and everything, they're moving in some ways. One of the major forces acting on Devil's Tower is seismic energy. So that's just stuff that's happening below the surface. So it's all moving, but I can't say if they're moving in the same way that Devil's Tower is moving, but it's entirely possible.
Let's change subjects. We're going to Powell now with Andrew Rossi. Of all the things I can think of that would be like high value targets for stealing, for somebody to snatch out of your storage unit, I can't imagine this guy. You interviewed the daughter of this World War II pilot, and she said, my dad was always afraid someone would steal it. What, the crown jewels, the family's crest? No, a 60-million-year-old petrified log? Who's after something like that, and what is the black market for this fossil?
Well, there is a market for petrified wood, especially if it's pretty. You can do a lot of things with that. I've seen tables made out of petrified wood, lots of different things. So somebody was definitely targeting that specific storage unit to get that specific item and a few other things. But the family was really cut up over the loss of this petrified wood because it was something like a family heirloom. It connected them to the ranch that her father's family had homesteaded originally, and they had since moved on. So that was one tangible piece of that old life that they had managed to hold on to, and now it's gone. And that's a really tragic thing, no matter how you look at it. Like, theft is never good. You never want somebody to steal your stuff, but the fact that they stole something that had so much sentimental value to the man who found it and his family is pretty tragic.
I mean, I just can't imagine somebody knows what they're even stealing is. Really? You think it's intentional? I don't know that someone would.
Oh, it was absolutely intentional. The amount of effort they had to go through to get that, to lift that thing and carry it off would have been immense.
Yeah, you don't just stumble upon it and say, "Oh, that's a pretty rock thing." You know what it is. You know this is petrified wood. Like, heavy.
Extremely.
All right. What else has Andrew Rossi been writing about? Oh, the drone. Oh, who is still flying drones in parks and harassing wildlife with drones?
People who don't know any better, apparently. It's hard to say exactly who was doing it. That was one of the regrets of many people who witnessed that incident, is they didn't see who was doing it because they were watching from here, and then the person flying it was on a crest or a ridge over that away. And when the drone flew off, it disappeared behind that crest. But no doubt there was somebody there telling them that you can't do that. And flying drones in Yellowstone, hasn't been a new thing. It's been illegal for a long time at this point. So whoever did it, they were flagrantly violating a rule that's been there for over a decade at this point.
I mean, you shouldn't harass wildlife in any way. Drones is a cowardly way to do it because maybe your drone gets wiped out, but you are safe. But you shouldn't even be doing this in any kind of national park. It's just wrong.
Well, drones are kind of annoying. They ruin the ambiance of the entire thing for everybody. And there's enough stuff impugning on your Yellowstone experience with the, thousands of people and all the noise and the traffic and the shouts and the people who aren't being as smart as they should be. But drones are especially irksome when you encounter them. I remember I called the Rangers on a couple of guys I saw using a drone in the Grand Canyon a few years ago, and I had no qualms whatsoever about doing so.
It reminds me of that other dude that was viral for a little while that was throwing rocks at a walrus or a seal or something. Boy, people hated him.
Yeah, he's facing some pretty stiff charges because that was an endangered species he was throwing rocks at. And people take that sort of stuff very seriously.
Dude, just do not leave wildlife alone, man. Okay, I'm not surprised this happened. I'm surprised it hasn't happened before. An RV driver emptied his waste tank into the hole in the ground that is where, if you go to a gas station, you see that double tanker deal and they're putting diesel or gas into the underground tanks of a gas station. That hole kind of looks like the same hole you'd plug into if you were driving your RV and wanted to get rid of your wastewater, your how I could see the mistake, maybe. I don't know.
Well, I talked to Cowboy State Daily's own Bill Sniffen, and he's an experienced RVer, and he can't fathom how anyone could make that mistake. He thinks it's inexplicable that someone could confuse the hole for the disposal of your black water tank with a tank that's holding diesel fuel, because usually there are spots where you can do that in gas stations, but they're pretty clearly marked, and you're supposed to know these sort of things. It doesn't look anything like a fuel cap for a diesel tank, but apparently somebody made that mistake. And you'd think when they're prying open the metal covering, they would think, this isn't like the other places where I've dumped my black water tank before. And then you're just like, oh, well.
I've never had to go through this arduous process. And I've never had the people from Maverick running out of the store saying, what the heck are you doing? Yeah, I can imagine. So now all that diesel fuel, how do they clean that?
No, it's worse than that. They had to drain it, clean out the entire tank, clean out all the filters to make sure there was no impurities, and then restock. That's a process. And I don't like to think of what it would smell like to have to go inside a tank that was filled with raw sewage and diesel fumes. That can't be a nice combo.
Well, on a related note, you could recapture all those smells with a story here in Teton County, where I am at, Highway 22. A distracted motorist ran into the back of a Macy's truck, which is sanitary, not put raw sewage all spilled out onto the highway.
Oof. Yeah. That's a crappy situation.
Totally. Rossi, you have a great day, man. Thanks for coming on.
You too, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Andrew Rossi, and not all his stories were crap, just the one. The other ones were pretty interesting. It's alive. Scientists say Devil's Tower is constantly moving. Don't stare at it all day and all night, because your family be like, come on, Dad. What's the next thing we got to see? Aren't we going to Grand Teton National Park? What else is on the vacation list? And Dad's like, shh, I'm watching Devil's Tower to see if it moves. Geologists determined that it's perpetually, ever so slightly swaying in the breeze. Devil's Tower, which is also in the news from Renee Jean about the 50th anniversary of the filming of Close Encounters. So Devil's Tower suddenly resurgent in the news. Whether it's moving around on the landscape or doubling as a feature in a sci-fi movie, Steven Spielberg. I was surprised to learn from Renee that way back when, 50 years, that's shocking enough. Can you believe that movie is coming on its 50th anniversary? But I never really gave thought to the fact that when Steven Spielberg was filming that movie, he was not the Steven Spielberg we know today. He was still busting out with his career. He was hot on the heels of Jaws and success with Jaws, which, is a great movie, iconic movie. seminal movie, but I don't think anybody would say, that's Orson Welles classic, or that's Rosewood. It was just Jaws. It's just a scary shark eating people. It just happened to be a cult phenomenon. Lucky hit. But then Spielberg, you see his genius emerge from then on. That launched the career, and it was so soon after Jaws that people still were saying, who's Mr. Spielberg? Never heard of him. And what it was like to shoot that movie in the Devil's Tower area of Wyoming. And don't tell director Steven Spielberg the tower is moving around. I don't know if he would have bought that news. And the man shooting an illegal drone. Man shoots video of illegal drone harassing grizzly and its cubs in Yellowstone. That's just wrong, yo. Don't. The drones. No, never, don't. All right, halfway through a Wednesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Being a Wednesday, we're halfway through the week right now, officially. Exactly. Let's get to news. We'll see you on the other side. News is for our top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. They'll play their national news obligations, and we'll play ours.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Police in Montrose, Colorado say a Gillette resident bought a gun in Wyoming, drove hundreds of miles, and started randomly shooting. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that police say they don't know why 42-year-old Eduardo Garcia Barrera did it.
Barrera, a part-time resident of Gillette, bought a gun at a local sporting goods store in Wyoming, and then he drove 11 hours to Montrose, Colorado, where he then unleashed a fury of bullets in downtown Colorado in a busy commercial section. He did strike a 22-year-old pedestrian before he ultimately turned the gun on himself. The 22-year-old victim is in stable condition.
Police say the incident unfolded over roughly 35 minutes on Saturday morning as Barrera fired at moving vehicles and pedestrians as he entered the western Colorado city. A Bozeman woman is home following a 24-day hospital stay after her hand was ripped off in a terrifying horse accident at the Montana State University Rodeo Practice Arena. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports the woman's husband and MSU rodeo coach sent team members to find her detached hand.
Presley Whitaker was training a horse in a small enclosure with a rope, and something happened to spook the horse or buck her off somehow. The horse drug her through the arena and she hit a fence and broke her jaw, and that's where she also lost her right hand. Presley was flown to a hospital in Salt Lake City where surgeons tried to reattach her hand. However, the damage was too extensive and they were unable to do so. Casey Ray Sellers, the rodeo coach at Gillette College, told me that she's seen people lose fingers in rodeo accidents and horse accidents. She's seen a lot of wrecked legs, but she's never seen someone lose a hand.
On May 4th, Presley was pen roping a young horse, a horsemanship technique that teaches young horses how to handle cattle and grow accustomed to working with a rope, when the horse she was on threw her and took off. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This has been another safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Cheyenne attorney George Powers, who filed a complaint calling for a criminal investigation against Chuck Gray for releasing sensitive voter data to the federal government, asked the Wyoming Supreme Court on Tuesday to appoint a special prosecutor. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports Powers wants answers.
Powers has said, well, get a special prosecutor, find a way to rope in a special prosecutor. And then Couts, the attorney general, said, I'm handling this in accordance with the rules, not in the public arena. That's what Attorney General Couts said to Powers on May 4th. And so then Powers pushed again May 20th, like, I need to know something's going on. We can file a writ of mandamus, making you do the thing. So he did end up filing that writ of mandamus, which is a petition to a court to make an official do something that is clearly that official's duty.
Powers also asked the High Court to issue an order commanding Wyoming Attorney General Keith Couts and the AG's office to recuse themselves from investigating whether Gray could have committed a crime. It's unclear whether the AG's office has already or not recused itself from the matter. Cheyenne planners are recommending denial of most of the provisions in a huge 32-acre Microsoft data center expansion. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that one resident said during a marathon 5-hour hearing on Monday that this would overtake the city.
The person who brought that up was one of the commissioners, Megan Connor, and she just wanted to know, how did the planning people come to determine it's beneficial to the city?
Only one part of the plan, assigning agricultural zoning to the 3,500-acre Highlands area if it is annexed, will reach the June 8th City Council meeting with a recommendation to approve. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Feels like a episode of The Brady Bunch or something.
Yeah, that's kind of lazy, fun music. I don't know.
80s sitcom-y kind of, yeah. This episode of Three's Company. Okay, I want to know, first off, Claire, of all the questions I could ask you, this is the most important that comes to mind first. Can I use a writ of mandamus to make my wife do the dishes? It's her turn.
Only if there's a clear ministerial duty prescribed in law.
What the heck?
So if Wyoming law says that by virtue of being your wife, one of her very clear routine, or I guess expected duties, is to do the dishes at a certain time, yes, you can ask a court to make her do that.
Doesn't sound like I have a legal leg to stand on, does George Powers?
I don't know. So he's got to show that. So we're talking about the story where George Powers filed a criminal complaint accusing Secretary of State Chuck Gray of criminal wrongdoing for handing sensitive voter data over to the feds last year.
Yep.
Powers has pointed repeatedly to a statute saying driver's license numbers in the voter rolls are not public record. Wow, a lot of layers. The law provides a mechanism for him to file that criminal complaint with the Attorney General. The Attorney General, according to Gray, has given some advice on this matter. We don't know what that advice was because Gray's office has maintained that it's protected by attorney-client privilege. Powers has asserted, he waived attorney-client privilege by talking all about this and saying the AG approved the release. So if he's, basically there's a standard, like if you're going to throw your attorney's advice around like that, then people can see what your attorney's advice was. But it's a fine line, and we don't know the answer to that one either yet. And so George Powers has said, okay, all signs are pointing to the AG advised you in some way. I can't say what that advice was because you won't let me. So I'm going to say that the AG has a conflict and cannot prosecute you or investigate whether you ought to be prosecuted. So I'm asking the AG to get a special prosecutor. The AG fires back to George Powers. This is going to be handled in accordance with the rules that govern us, the lawyer rules and everything. And so then George Powers keeps pushing, about this, and the AG doesn't respond. And so George Powers files the writ asking the court, hey, it is my belief. So the petition says George Powers believes that the AG is looking at this himself, or that his office is still reviewing this. So he's asking the court, make the AG recuse himself and call in a special prosecutor here.
Hear that, Kimmy? You're getting a writ to do the dishes, and we'll let AG Krause decide.
Yeah. So we don't know what's going on in the AG's office because it hasn't been done in public. And B, we're gonna find out some stuff in the case now because probably the court's gonna try to shake some stuff loose and figure out what's what.
On a semi-related topic, only because Chuck Gray's name is in this story too. This issue with the whole powers and that's kind of like boiling. This story has completely boiled over, as we saw yesterday. Let's talk about Chuck Gray's run for House and the poll that found he's in the lead. Not surprising, because I think the poll is... Who issued the poll, and why does a poll even go on the attack when we're talking about Reed Reisner and Steve Freeze? I thought polls just asked you things like, who are you going to vote for?
Okay, so it's Fabrizio, which he correctly noted is Trump's pollster. So it's a high-profile firm.
Okay.
According to him, and he didn't provide me with the full poll, and I had a recipient send me screenshots later, but according to Chuck Gray, the initial questions, just who would you vote for at the election today, didn't have that kind of informational push. He didn't like the term push, but it didn't have that informational push when he scored the 21%. And so the later part where I was reading aloud the disparaging comments about Steve Freese and about Reed Reisner, comparing him to a Hollywood celebrity. So those are the evidence points to those were in the second phase where his approval rating doubled, and there's both. Crap. Is it sank? Have sunk, sank. I have an old, my former editor gets on me for sunk and sank, and I don't know if he's watching. Steve, thank you so much for keeping me on the straight and narrow with sunk and sank. But his opponent sank after the poll delivered information about them. So the second story came out whoa, this is loaded information. Yeah. And so that's why I had said, do you want to comment on the loaded nature of these prompts? I have heard that that's done. That push poll, that informational phase is done.
What do you mean it's done? It's an accepted practice?
Candidates will do it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Huh. It feels like leading the witness kind of questioning. I don't know.
It is a contentious campaign. And like I reported before, Reed Reisner started it. What was it, March? April? Reed Reisner started firing Secretary Gray. Steve Freese, like I pointed out yesterday, I haven't seen him take a swing. Maybe he has, because I don't know everything all the time, 100% of the time. But I have asked for comments on some of these attacks, and he just he's not swinging. And I don't know if that's, I don't know what I don't know.
It's just another chapter in what is definitely already becoming an explosive race for U.S. House. Let's talk about a chance for a libertarian. You know, we've been thinking some people have been thinking a third party might be healthy, but we can never get there, it feels. But a third party candidate could have the door open for him, Shawn Johnson. When we think about this contentious race we're talking about, and I had a nice chat with Tim Stubbson yesterday, and we found ways where, maybe Shawn Johnson, maybe. Why is that? What are the numbers?
I want to back up because this story has been mental whiplash. Okay, a while ago, I told the Libertarian Party of Wyoming, which has an absolutely cantankerous Facebook page for some reason, that I would go to their convention. And so it comes around. It's a beautiful Sunday in May. My kids are going off to church. And I'm driving down the Green River. And I'm like, why did I promise I'm going to go to this minor party convention on a Sunday? And I pull up and, and I change out of the shorts and throw on the long pants. And anyway, so I roll in there and I was thinking, this is going to be so odd and unique that I'm going to gonzo it. I'm going to cover like Hunter Thompson first person, maybe like super, what is the word? Descriptive, narrative, kooky humor. So I'm thinking I'm going to gonzo it.
Yeah.
We're going to make it a fun, almost fictionalized style, not fiction, but in the narrative style story about what happens when libertarians gather. That's what I was thinking. But then when I got in there, Shawn Johnson gave this speech about how unprecedented the scope of federal government is and how every American should be concerned. And it was like thrumming. And I was thinking, why do I give a crap about this speech? Because I've been listening to politicians and it's all, I've been listening to politicians. Why does this one seem so different? And it was because there were no buzzwords. It wasn't like there were not the canned lines we've been hearing for the past 8 years. And I was like, that's really weird. It's like he means it. Not to say that other candidates don't mean it, but there were no buzzwords. And so it's cliches start because cliches are meaningful when they start. And maybe every 8 years or so, we get to the point where they start to feel stale and it's time for a new turn of phrase. So I don't know, maybe I had that feeling, but so I decided, and then he said, I want to win. We can win. I don't know whether he can. The numbers are there. But so at that point, I decided I have to write a straight political story. Like, he's serious. He wants to win. He spoke from the heart, apparently.
Yeah.
I had to write a straight political story. So I did. And then on the drive home, I'm thinking, like, can he win? Can he win? Because we are such a uniparty state, the GOP command on that office, the GOP take in the votes for that office every 2 years is so momentous and so big that if he plays to conservatives and he splits the conservative vote directly in half, even, the statistics indicate we're still unlikely to accidentally elect a Democrat. And so libertarians enter the race, people always say, don't waste your vote, because the boogeyman will win. If it's a red state, that's the Democrat.
Yes.
If it's a blue state, that's the Republican. Don't let the boogeyman win is how Americans have been voting for decades. Just whatever you do, don't let the boogeyman win. But in Wyoming, the boogeyman, the Democratic candidate is already so defeated that a libertarian that courts conservatives could actually safely, could actually give that assurance. Like, this is actually a safe bet.
Tim Stubbson and I enjoyed and really looked deep into your story as far as the numbers. And we speculated, what would it take for a libertarian candidate to win? Could if it was ever going to happen, it feels like it could happen in this race where the winner of the Republican primary might be just the least distasteful dude out there. I mean, so yeah, the numbers would indicate there is a chance. I appreciate you coming on and giving us even more background, though. This is why we have reporters on the show. That's fascinating to learn that you, who have probably been numbed by campaign platitudes, heard it all. You had your eyes open in a new way when you listened to Shawn Johnson talk. That's very interesting.
Well, I mean, reflecting on it later, and I think that the Declaration of Independence is an archetype in every American's head. Like, it's baked in. I read it to my kids every 4th of July and I cry and they make fun of me and they're like, oh no, mom's going to cry. I read the Declaration. Here we go. But I think it's archetypal for Americans. And so I was thinking later, Shawn Johnson's speech was like listing the grievances against tyranny. And then it ends with this pledge to sacred duty to rise up against it and a call to this generation. And so that was another thing, like reflecting later, I asked him, were you trying to emulate the Declaration of Independence? He said, no. He said, no, I was just speaking from the heart and to my audience. But I don't know. I have no reason to disbelieve him, but I think that's another reason that it stood out, was because it had that same structure.
Interesting. I mean, Wyoming GOP at heart has libertarian leanings. That's baked into the DNA a little bit. So what Johnson is saying is probably speaking to us a little. I say us, any true red Republican, but it'll be fascinating to see how that whole thing plays out. You want to change gears, go to Rock Springs for 1 second, and then then we got to bounce out of here.
Well, I got to stay, though. I'm interviewing Brent Bean in 5 minutes.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
I know Brent. He definitely wanted to hit on some property tax issues, and so do I. Property tax is a fine for owning something. It's perpetual rent. Anyway, I'm getting off on a rant. Rock Springs, they wanted to declare a Pride Month, and this is a day and age where we can't do that anymore. DEI is being squashed. I feel bad. I know we've had the Rock Springs mayor on a few times. I think I know where he's coming from. He just wants to let if somebody wants to put on an event, then they can put on events. He's not necessarily saying Rock Springs is pro or anti Pride Month, but he's catching grief, huh?
Yeah. So it's interesting because I look back, the 2024 post was a little more cloaked, like, we had, I don't remember if it was a Eagle Scout project, something like that. We had this Eagle Scout project, and by the way, it's Pride Month, and thing got like 4 comments, and nobody cared, and everyone let it go. That was also, that was during the Biden administration when there were more prevailing taboos about, I guess, deriding such proclamations. I don't remember if social media capture was still going on at that time. I'm not remembering.
I think it was, but I don't know.
Yeah, social media capture, ivermectin. But I mean, Cowboy State Daily, when we have had questions like, is the government funding this? We ask those questions, like, is the government funding? We've asked questions in the past. Is the government funding a drag show? Is the government funding Pride Month events? So I asked those questions. That was my objective, because there is controversy in Wyoming about whether government money should go toward, frankly, touting sexual orientations, gender statuses. And so there is controversy about using the public's money on such controversial, identity-centered things. And the mayor was like, no more than the paper was printed on. Yes, we are hosting 2 events in city forums because those are forums. We can't discriminate based on viewpoint in those. I'm forgetting the legal term exactly for which type of forums there are, and I don't want to get it wrong, but there's different degrees of public forum. and generally you can't discriminate by viewpoint. So, but yeah, and then Rick Malonis was saying that this goes back and that he's long had a theory like the city is trying to tout gay messaging. That his it is accurate to say that he's been a thorn in the side of the mayor for a while. He had an ethics complaint against the mayor that didn't hold up. I don't know, that city's had some drama for a while.
Yeah, that whole council does not play well in the sandbox. We've seen that play out or not play out. City of Rock Springs catching backlash over Pride Month declaration. Claire McFarland has that story. We'll get with Brent Bien next. You want to stick around, huh? All right, I'm going to go serve a writ of mandamus to my dishwasher, and we'll be right back.
Park County Fair's back this July. Happening all week is the thrilling Carnival Midway. Tuesday's the Muddy Mess with pig mud wrestling. Get ready to rumble for boxing on Wednesday. Pull yourself to the grounds for Thursday's truck and tractor pulls. Friday's the fast-paced figure 8 race. And as always, Saturday's the sellout demolition derby. Tickets are on sale now, and we'll see you at the 100th Fair on patented land.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family, I'll make you something to eat, okay? We can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay. So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Okay, I got to juggle my visuals. There we are. Claire, Brent Bien is on. Claire McFarland is here as well. And we're going to talk about how goes the campaign, Brent?
Well, hey, Jake, hey, good to see you. Hey, I like that hat. That's right where I am right now. I'm up in Sheridan.
Oh, nice.
It's going fantastic. I mean, the turnouts have been wonderful. The participation, the volunteers have just been absolutely fabulous. So we're picking up a lot of momentum here as we really cook around the state. It's been such a privilege, to meet so many incredible people in the state. So looking forward to keep going,
Claire, what do you think? Brent Biena is on the campaign trail to become Wyoming's next governor. That would be number 34. Am I right? I'm going to go look that up while Claire poses a question.
I feel like I'm always chasing his shadow. Like I will hear that he's been to Jeffrey City of all places. And I thought that would be such a cool candidate courts Jeffrey City. That would be such a cool story. And I missed him. I don't know. Maybe I'll catch up with you at the car show.
Well, Sheridan is the latest if you want to zoom there, but you have to move fast.
Yeah, would have to move fast. So, Jake, were you saying that Brent had something he wanted to lead with before I start firing questions?
Yeah, Brent and I want to drill down on property tax. I mean, for me, Brent, I feel like property tax is just this perpetual fine for owning something. When are we ever taxed for something that we own? I could see for something you're buying or, you know, but I own this home. It's paid off. Why am I being taxed for property tax? We need relief. We need reform, I think. I don't know. What can we do?
Well, you know, we do. And, you know, just you look across Wyoming and, you know, roughly 42% of the state is fixed income. And a vast majority of our jobs, roughly about 95%, are blue collar, which is fantastic. That's what makes Wyoming so wonderful. But, you know, a lot of these people on fixed income cannot afford, particularly residential property tax. And that's what I'm targeting here primarily. You know, from 2019 to 2024, it's increased by 73%. You know, that's the highest of any state in the nation. And folks just can't, you know, they're just having such a hard time dealing with that. So when you put all these together, you know, if you look at it from the guy, you know, who's you know, trying to get to work, putting gas in his truck, the mom who skips the meat aisle because meat's doubled in price, you know, the folks who bought or built their home decades ago and now they're having a heck of a time, you know, paying their property tax. And it's just, there's got to be relief out there. And I know there is. This is a matter, I think, of really accountability, drilling down to figure out how this money's being spent. And I want to audit everything. Jake, I want to audit everything, figure out where this money's going.
So I have a few questions because, you know, every time we talk about property taxes, there's, yes, why is my mom, you know, or my grandma spending money on her home that she owns when she's not working anymore? But the specters that the detractors always raise are, if we parse out residential, will we then hike up industrial commercial property taxes and they'll transfer that cost to the consumer? So that's the first boogeyman or specter that's raised. Do you want to address that one?
Oh, you bet. And this is the whole false narrative of a backfill, right? We backfill. This is what we're seeing all around the state. And what they're failing to tell anybody is that, for one, we have the largest state government per capita in the nation. Roughly 1 out of every 4 people in this state works for government. So that means 3 people are paying for that employee's salary, health care, et cetera. So we got to look pragmatically and objectively at, okay, what is truly the function of government? And, you know, is the money that's being paid toward government actually being spent the way it's supposed to be spent? And then I think we look also at the amount of money we have in basically in the bank, the rainy day fund. Everybody refers to it as the rainy day fund. And, you know, that's about $34 billion, not including what the counties have in reserve, which is well over 11 to 13 billion, somewhere in there. I don't have that number, but off the top. But bottom line is there is so much money in this state in reserves. And so it's like, okay, to what end, you know, and I'm all about savings. But when, you know, last year alone on that $34 billion, the state made about $1.86 billion just in interest, which is, again, that's fantastic. But all of residential property tax, and we got to look at property tax. Residential is just a piece of the property tax pie, right? And they often get conflated. But all of residential is about $625 million in revenue. So interest alone could pay for residential property tax 3 times over. So this is where, you know, I'm sitting here looking at this, and this is why I want to audit everything. It's like, we just passed the largest budget in our state history, close to $11 billion. And, I'm hearing everybody still crying about we don't have enough money. And it's like, okay, so what's really going on here? Where is all this money going? Because, no nation, no country has ever taxed its way into prosperity. And the people can spend their money so much better. And we know that if that money stays local, regional, that the economies grow. And that's the best way to do it, is to keep the money in the pockets of the folks.
I mean, you raise a good point. The property taxes are local, that they fund schools, local governments. Local governments are worried. They also have reserves. Sure. That's a hot topic.
Yeah.
I guess if you transfer to something that's statewide blanket rate, like a sales tax, does there come to be a concern, like if one county is ailing and has crumbling infrastructure or a huge crime problem, and they're benefiting from the backfill, the sales tax influx that we have, or whatever flat rate we have, is there a new moral question now about other counties having to pay for that? Like the residents of other counties having to pay into one county's sudden spiral?
Well, I think we see the state gets roughly 4% of all the residential property tax that comes up. And granted, most of it does go to the counties, but when we also start looking at the county budgets, every single county is flush with money. Now we do have 3 counties, Sublette, Crook, and Carbon, that are running a deficit, but they still have about $250 million between the 3 of them. And so, this is a matter of changing, Claire, and I really appreciate that question, because that's what kind of comes out here. And I think what we need to do is change these funding models and bring them into the 21st century to make them more flexible. We've got all these pots of money out there, and it's like, okay, let's take from one and fund another, and siphon another. Very, very similar to how we fund schools right now, because that goes up and then it gets divvied up per child and then sent back down. But we also got to remember this, is that there's so many factors into this, because, our state lands, the money we made off our state lands was, that was funding our schools. It used to be doing that. And, we've changed that model, and so much of our energy policy is upside down right now, as we've shifted toward these renewables that really don't bring in the revenue that our mining, and our mining industries. And when I say mining, I'm talking about actual mining, the coal, gas, or et cetera, and oil, that used to do. And it's a fraction. What we get off these renewables, is about $4 million annually or so off the 1,600 wind turbines that we have in the state. And even though mining is down about 23% under the current administration, we're still getting about $1.5 billion off of that. So we got to flip this, okay, and we got to really go after these things that make money for Wyoming, and then that's how we fund it. That we have to take the tax burden off the people.
So, that's an interesting question, because the legislature, I think Senator Cale Case has been pushing for years, like, let's tax wind. By golly, we need to do this. And the legislature just, I don't know, they're not going for it. And even recently, there was a dispute over wind farms on the Slib, and Governor Gordon said, maybe it's time to have another look at what Cale Case has been saying. If you're elected governor, is that going to be a priority to work with the legislature and ultimately sign such a policy?
Oh, absolutely. My objective is to work for the people, right? So it's, and in Wyoming, I look and all the energy that we produce here. Our energy bills should be as close to zero as we can get them. We export a vast majority of our energy, and when I look at and I've talked to so many folks around the state, that particularly over the wintertime, that it's tough to keep that house warmed up, and I don't know why we haven't been taxing these from the get-go, and they should be rezoned. One of my biggest issues with these is, when I look at the turbines, when I look at these potentially these AI data centers coming in, is, I want to make sure environmentally, when I look at the entire state, that how are these going to impact the state when we do these environmental impact studies, infrastructure impact studies, whatever they're, how's it impact the state in total, regionally, and then per project? And that's one thing that's not that I haven't been able to find, nor have I been able to find any sort of bonding contract on these things. So, I want this stuff paid for up front, prorated out 20 years or whatever the life of these things are, to where the people of Wyoming are not paying for kind of what happened up here in Sheridan and Campbell County with all the gas wells is, the gas companies went out of business. That's liquefied natural gas. And they went out of business, and the people now are paying to plug all these wells up here. And we should not be doing that. So, but I will tell you that we've got to tax all these things. They got to be zoned correctly, whether it's industrial, whatever it is, all these wind farms. And, we've got 4,000 more of these coming to the state. And I don't want to see it. I don't like it. I mean, Wyoming's beautiful. We have the most beautiful state in the nation. But I think a lot of these outfits are really pushing to get their permitting through because the Biden Inflation Reduction money's tentatively going to end this October. So once they get their foot in the door, then they'll have access to that money. But, I am absolutely opposed to what's been going on with wind turbines in the state.
Well, here you've got another potentially, you got a philosophical question at least, because as governor, if you were elected, you would have that seat on the slib. So you get to say no to leasing state lands to these sort of things. And then the Industrial Siting Council division, the Industrial Siting Division would be under your umbrella.
That's right.
So you have those levers of control, certainly. But if it's a, let's say, private land project and the local county really, really wants it, then all of a sudden there's a little bit of a clash, like, do I go authoritarian and try to shut it down against the county's will? Or, do I let the county do this, even though I think their people are going to pay for it in the long run? How do you answer that kind of power struggle?
Well, I will always side with the folks, I was constitutionally. And we got to remember that the Constitution was written to restrict government, not to restrict the people. So, but it's been flipped. Right. And, your case in point there, the farm stand down in Cheyenne, I've been down there. I've talked to the folks and it's that little 8-acre place down there. And they're such nice folks. And it's like, OK, what's really going on here? And then, as I kind of see these issues around the state, it's like, boy, I tell you, we got a heavy handed government that's really trying to almost force folks off of their property in certain cases, depending upon, what's going on. So, that's where I take a very active interest. And I want to make sure that the people are heard and get their day, out there. So it's, this is where public comment and Claire, I think where a lot of this goes is, the people right now are absolutely fed up with the strong arm of government. So if I look at the sage grouse, if I look at the Sweetwater BLM RMP, if I look at all these land use plans, radiant energy, the nuclear, modular nuclear up in Casper, all these wind projects, the reason why I really believe that the people are fed up is because all of these require public comment or they have in the past. And by the time, the people are brought into the equation, the decision's already made, or at least by and large. I mean, that's what we've seen in all of these. So the people are saying, okay, hold on a second here. We want our voice to count. They're realizing that their voice does not count. So you're absolutely right. The Industrial Siting Council, the SLIB, I mean, it's going to look very different than what it is right now because it will be in favor of the people. And the thing is we don't need to bring these things in that really are ruining so many of the reasons. I mean, this is going to affect tourism ultimately. I mean, people come to Wyoming to get away from that, and Wyoming's so beautiful anyway. And so we have to, this is why, uprighting our energy policy is so important. And at the national executive level, we do have a permissive environment, at least for the next couple of years, to do that. So we got to really make those major muscle movement changes to do it. And, I hate to hear from folks that, well, we've always done it this way, or we can't do it. It's like, don't tell me we can't. Tell me how. How do we do this?
Are we in a space then where the I hate to say this because I actually hate campaign season, but are we in a space where the electoral process is too slow? And by the time you get your chance to vote your county commissioner out, the project is already in? Is that kind of what I'm hearing, that there's a disconnect and a lag there?
Well, this is interesting because you do bring up that it could be. I think interestingly, I look at these associations, I look at the bureaucracy, I look at the NGOs, the nonprofits that have such a heavy hand in our government, and it's our government's supposed to be working for the people, not for all these other entities. So. Case in point here is we elect our county commissioners to do what's in the best interest of the folks in the county. However, in the County Commissioner Association, the WCCA, they are partners with some of these entities, these developers that are coming into the state. So. And again, I don't care what associations people belong to, but I do have a problem with the taxpayers funding these associations when decisions of the associations may not be in the best interest of the people who elected their county commissioners. So we really got to take a look at that. But I think one of the things you're kind of going toward is I do want runoff elections in this state. There has to be a way to hold folks accountable, and it should be a very scrupulous process. There's really no way to do that right now. And because I think the people are really, a lot of folks around the state are starting to wake up to see what's going on, because bottom line is the more you tax them, that is economic freedom. So it's a direct attack on their personal freedom when they aren't able to do the things that they used to do, just because they're so crunched economically. And, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Do you mean recall elections?
Yeah, what did I say?
Do you want runoff elections too? Because a lot of people who want recall elections
well, I'm sorry.
also want runoff
recall.
elections.
Yes, I want runoff and I want recall. I'm sorry about that. I meant recall specifically for that instance. I apologize. But yes, I also want runoffs because I think that every voter in this state deserves the most qualified candidate that gets 51% of the vote. So you bet. But recall is what I meant. I'm sorry if I said.
Yeah, that's such a wonky thing that we have a recall statute that we cannot use. Because it applies to the old commission style of municipal government, and we keep trying to fix it, and it keeps getting batted down. But yet, when we try to fix it, we don't try to put in something for county government. So right. I don't really know.
It's tough. So
what's going on there.
You're right. And that's in Article 15. It really should be in Article 22, which is or Title 22, rather, which is our whole voting, our elections. But it's kind of hidden away in Title 15. But ultimately, the people have to. We got to put the people first again in the state of Wyoming. They've got to be in charge. And it really comes down to understanding what's the supporting and supported entity. And, bottom line is the people are the supported. The government is the supporting. And we've got to flip those roles because our government in this bureaucracy just keeps growing and it marginalizes the people's voice and the people's power more and more. And we got to always look toward, a case in point in this is, that recent Johnson County case where the Supreme Court ruled that the people in Johnson County do not have standing to see how their tax money is being spent. And, this is a result of Johnson County failing so many internal audits. But Article 1, Section 1 of our state constitution, that gives people the ultimate authority. They are in the driver's seat. So we've got to put them back in the driver's seat. And, I always say my campaign is all about returning Wyoming to the people. It's not about giving Wyoming back to the people because it was never the government's in the first place. It's returning what the government's taken from the people. But, I routinely tell folks, I said, we have the government we have because we put them there. So we got to wake up. We got to participate. Those folks who say they don't want anything to do with politics, I always tell them, look, politics wants something to do with you. It wants your car, it wants your house, and it wants your freedom ultimately.
Sorry. Question.
Claire, our time is running short. One more question from me, one more from you. Brent Bien is with us. He's vying to be the 34th governor of the great state of Wyoming. One thing, Brent, I wanted to ask, circle back to that property tax issue, which is very complex. If we do some kind of residential property tax relief, obviously that'll diminish a revenue stream. And what I hear you saying is you would fill that gap, you would bridge that gap by dipping.
And cut spending.
Yes, and dipping into the rainy day fund, which is, whoa, my alarm bells go off. That's this $1 million question. If I have a short list of questions I want to ask my potential governors, Are you willing to dip into that investment fund at all, or do you tell Treasurer Kurt Meyer, let it ride? Would you dip in? What would be the scenario for you to spend some of our rainy day fund investment money?
Well, first, I'm just talking about the interest alone would pay for residential property tax 3 times over the entire bill, just in interest. So that's not dipping into it. But, we got to look at what that rainy day fund's for. I mean, it's not to put, none of that rainy day fund is going to put food on somebody's table or gas in somebody's truck. That's just to keep government running, assumingly. But, when I do look at it, though, one reason why we have the 24-cent per gallon gas tax, which came up during the Matt Mead administration, was to build 10 and 10, 10 dams in 10 years, which we never did. So where'd all that money go? But your case in point is, I look at our water storage, I look at our irrigation around this state, and it's like, look, I can see some potential uses to do that, to ignite this thing. And of course, that just ignites the local economy as soon as you start going into building additional water storage, updating our irrigation, those kind of things. But I think when it comes down to residential, we don't need to do this. We need to audit everything. We need to start auditing, figure out where this money's going. And then we got to look at those essential and non-essential requirements of government and start pinpointing those things that are non-essential and potentially not funding. I mean, there's so much money out there, and the people should not be bearing the brunt for an unaccountable government. They should not.
It sounds like you want to cut the Wyoming Business Council.
Well, let's put it this way. I think that it definitely needs, at a minimum, it needs a rudder steer, right? So, I mean, if you look just over the past, since 2019 up until now, our GDP, gross domestic product, is roughly about 0.7%. Okay, that's more than 3 times lower than the national average, which is about 2.4 to 2.5%. We've got 46% of this state that's living in a county with a negative GDP. Okay, and Sublette County is the biggest. I mean, it's about minus 33%. And you look at this and you think, what is going on here? And I think a lot of this, so much of this is our energy policy, but I'm a results guy. It comes down to the numbers. It's like, our GDP should be crushing every other state in the nation. I mean, we're America's battery here, and we're not. So something's going on here. And again, I want to reset the focus on the folks. And I tell you what, when we get these, my objective ultimately is to lower the cost of living of the people in this state and significantly lower it. Because once we do that, that gives them the option to raise their standard of living. So, and this is all about government accountability. It's going to be tough, but I tell you, it takes 2 things. It takes the right people and it takes the will to do it. And that's one thing I've been doing all over this state, particularly up until the end of last week, is recruiting from the local levels all the way up to our legislators, commissioners, everything, for people to run, because we've got to do this. We've got to get this right again.
Claire, last shot, Claire.
I find it interesting recruiting people to run. That way you have potentially legislatures, county commissions that you can work quickly with. Have you heard that done with prior governor's candidates?
I don't know, but everything about this candidacy is non-parochial. I mean, and it's just so non-traditional. I mean, this is truly, I don't like cliches, or I don't like certain nomenclature, but when I hear the term grassroots, that's exactly what this is. Not a single person is getting paid in this campaign, and it just has exploded in every county. And it's just amazing what people are. People are looking for something different. They're looking for somebody, somebody regular, I guess, that, will stand up for them and will go to bat for them. And that's what I fully intend on doing. So, but I do recognize that at the local level, it's so important to get the right people in there, because that's where the rubber meets the roads, and to get the right city council, the right mayors, the right assessors, clerks, et cetera, commissioners, and then legislators, to get them in there. And I tell you, we've had some very good success around the state to do it. And so it's really been something else.
Gubernatorial candidate Brent Bien has been with us. You can catch up with him virtually on the interwebs at brentbien.com. You can see him face to face in Sheridan if you hurry.
Thank you so much.
That's right. Hey, thank you, Claire. Good to talk to you. And you too, Jake. I appreciate it.
You both have a great day. We got to take a quick break. We'll be back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show.
Step back into the Old West at the 51st Annual Cody Show, brought to you by the Winchester Arms Collectors Association with the Sharps Collectors Association. Join us July 10th through the 12th at the Riley Arena in Cody, Wyoming, featuring over 300 tables of collectible Winchester firearms, historical treasures, and Western memorabilia. Buy, sell, trade, and get expert appraisals. Don't forget, raffle tickets are available for your chance to win one of 2 short rifles. Showtimes and details at winchestercollector.org.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
We'll close out the hour with Jared Petrino talking UW Sports, Cowboy State Daily Show. Let's start with the volleyball team. Jared, we now have a schedule in place. We know how the season's going to go. We're going to scrimmage in August, open up in late August, and close things out November 24-25 with the championships in Las Vegas. And some new transfers to the team, including an old familiar name, Caruth, the younger sister of Corin, joining the team.
Yeah. After spending a couple years at Casper College, she led the team there in kills and stuff, and so she's going to be joining the squad this fall, or probably is already on the squad. I know the team is actually over in Europe right now, traveling. They're doing their every 4 years European trip, so they're over there right now competing against some international talent, which will be a good jump start for their offseason program too, going into the season. So
yeah, I heard from my favorite outside hitter, Addie Thorrington. I think they're in Italy. But yeah, that Caruth kid, watching her in high school in Casper, I mean, she does it all. Kills, digs. She's just an all-around player. Be exciting to watch her. All the volleyball team. Is that the first sport to really get kicking off as the summer winds down?
Yeah, I think it's always between football and volleyball who starts first. It kind of just depends on when those preseason tournaments are, because I know the beginning of volleyball is a lot of preseason tournaments where they're traveling out. It just kind of depends on how the scores, but with football season starting, the first game not until September, I think their report date's a little bit later this year. They actually get a report in August and not in July like it's been the last couple of years, believe it or not.
Jared, we are going to need the proverbial score sheet to keep track of all the new faces on the football team. 50 new faces. Welcome transfer portal era. We did keep the core 10, the keepers that Coach Sauvel talked about. Departures at wide receiver, troublesome, but a lot of new faces. We need to issue numbers to these guys, and we got to figure out who they are.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, like you said, it's the nature of college football right now is learning who you got, knowing who you got, and then you got a bunch of guys that are changing numbers too, so you got to figure that out too. So, but at the same time, yeah, it's they're excited about it. I mean, it's a good they had a good spring. There's going to be some youth in the secondary, but at least at the corner position. But the nice thing is they'll have a lot of experience and depth at the safety position to kind of help those guys out, I think. And then yeah, and then it's going to be interesting to see what we do at receiver, and then I think they're looking for one more defensive tackle too. So I'm sure we'll see a name here pretty soon coming out.
Let me ask you, a guy who's super genius in the secondary, Jared Petrino. I'm thinking if you have the athletic talent at corner, you can go man, and that would help alleviate the fact that you don't have a lot of experience. When you start playing complicated zone coverages and a mix, you really need guys who are all on the same page. How does Wyoming do it? How do you think they'll do it? Man, zone, mix of both?
I think it'll be a mix of both. I think you'll see a lot more zone this year probably than we've ever ran. If I were to make a guess, I think they feel good about their defensive line and guys they got coming back. Usually when you're playing a lot of man, you're trying to imply some type of pass rush and add an extra guy, blitzing some extra linebacker, stuff like that. It's kind of a balance, because when you got young and youth, sometimes man's the best option because that's all they know. I mean, growing up as kids and going through programs, they've done one-on-ones their entire life. So yeah. It alleviates a lot of the guessing game of who's got who and when do I, what zone do I got? What if this guy does this? Where do I go? But I will say, I think there is a rhyme and reason to also getting those guys broken in and not putting the pressure on them to play man to man too. So I think you'll see some more zone. I think they feel real good about their defensive line. So when you feel good about your defensive line, it allows you to do a lot more things in the secondary and the back end. So especially if you're stopping the run. So I think that's the biggest thing right there is if we can stop the run and make them be in third and pass situations, I think that'll help the secondary out a lot, because then you can play a lot more zone. So yeah, I think you'll see some new wrinkles defensively to kind of help those corners out.
Well, a lot of fans of the Pokes have been really put a lot of reliance on the defense. It's been a defensive team for a long time, but maybe some explosive offense. We're still waiting to see who emerges out of the QB room. Is it Tyler Hughes keeping the seat warm for Mason Drew? Are we going to see both? We'll find out. I'm just excited to see the potential of offense in Laramie. Yeah, man.
For sure.
Hey,
I think with Tyler and Tote back there, I think with the backs back there that they got, and then the tight ends. I know I keep talking about these tight ends, but the tight ends it's going to be. Tom Brady did it pretty good without a primo number one receiver. Besides the year he had Randy Moss, but I'm saying there's a lot of years he didn't have a primo number one wideout, but he had those two tight ends that were pretty dominant. And so I think you'll see a lot of those type of things, and it'll be I think it'll be a fun brand of football to watch.
Yeah, a lack of a number one wide receiver means defenses don't know who to double. That's fine with me. Thanks, Jared. Thanks for being on. Cowboy State Daily Show continues.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Police in Montrose, Colorado say a Gillette resident bought a gun in Wyoming, drove hundreds of miles, and started randomly shooting. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that police say they don't know why 42-year-old Eduardo Garcia Barrera did it.
Barrera, a part-time resident of Gillette, bought a gun at a local sporting goods store in Wyoming, and then he drove 11 hours to Montrose, Colorado, where he then unleashed a fury of bullets in downtown Colorado in a busy commercial section. He did strike a 22-year-old pedestrian before he ultimately turned the gun on himself. The 22-year-old victim is in stable condition.
Police say the incident unfolded over roughly 35 minutes on Saturday morning as Barrera fired at moving vehicles and pedestrians as he entered the western Colorado city. A Bozeman woman is home following a 24-day hospital stay after her hand was ripped off in a terrifying horse accident at the Montana State University Rodeo Practice Arena. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports the woman's husband and MSU rodeo coach sent team members to find her detached hand.
Presley Whitaker was training a horse in a small enclosure with a rope, and something happened to spook the horse or buck her off somehow. The horse drug her through the arena, and she hit a fence and broke her jaw, and that's where she also lost her right hand. Presley was flown to a hospital in Salt Lake City where surgeons tried to reattach her hand. However, the damage was too extensive and they were unable to do so. Casey Ray Sellers, the rodeo coach at Gillette College, told me that she's seen people lose fingers in rodeo accidents and horse accidents. She's seen a lot of wrecked legs, but she's never seen someone lose a hand.
On May 4th, Presley was pen roping a young horse, a horsemanship technique that teaches young horses how to handle cattle and grow accustomed to working with a rope, when the horse she was on threw her and took off. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This has been another safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Cheyenne attorney George Powers, who filed a complaint calling for a criminal investigation against Chuck Gray for releasing sensitive voter data to the federal government, asked the Wyoming Supreme Court on Tuesday to appoint a special prosecutor. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports Powers wants answers.
Powers has said, well, get a special prosecutor, find a way to rope in a special prosecutor. And then Couts, the attorney general, said, I'm handling this in accordance with the rules, not in the public arena. That's what Attorney General Couts said to Powers on May 4th. And so then Powers pushed again May 20th, like, I need to know something's going on. We can file a writ of mandamus, making you do the thing. So he did end up filing that writ of mandamus, which is a petition to a court to make an official do something that is clearly that official's duty.
Powers also asked the High Court to issue an order commanding Wyoming Attorney General Keith Couts and the AG's office to recuse themselves from investigating whether Gray could have committed a crime. It's unclear whether the AG's office has already or not recused itself from the matter. Cheyenne planners are recommending denial of most of the provisions in a huge 32-acre Microsoft data center expansion. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that one resident said during a marathon 5-hour hearing on Monday that this would overtake the city.
The person who brought that up was one of the commissioners, Megan Connor, and she just wanted to know, how did the planning people come to determine it's beneficial to the city?
Only one part of the plan, assigning agricultural zoning to the 3,500-acre Highlands area if it is annexed, will reach the June 8th City Council meeting with a recommendation to approve. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Okay. Here, let's move this up so you can see better.
Cowboy State Daily Show. That's Rod Miller getting ready in the Zoom room.
I'm ready.
How'd they treat you in the green room? Pretty good? Were the M&Ms the right color? Did they have enough bourbon?
It was great caviar. The champagne was a little bit stale, but they did serve me breakfast. So
good. I want to make sure the show producers are taking care of one of our favorite guests, Rod Miller.
Well, it's my favorite green room too.
Excellent. Just don't trash it like the previous guests. Sometimes we got to do a lot of cleanup. Hey, I love your little bit on the badger. I want to share this. The badger.
Okay.
A badger will claw through asphalt to find the cool. He will bite at the sun if it gets too close. Nothing owns anything as hard as a badger owns his world. Well said.
Have you ever tried to take anything away from a badger? Don't do it.
I wouldn't even dare, man. That is so cool. The wisdom and the wit of Rod Miller, who joins us. The brand new, the ink's still wet on this piece from Rod Miller, is sometimes the way forward is back. It's the first in a series, at least that's the promise of columnist Rod Miller, who talks about the value of sometimes putting the pickup truck in reverse.
Yes.
Great piece, great story. Bonus points for the use of the word bombastic. Well, not in this piece. That was
I didn't use it in that piece.
It was a Facebook post that we may get to. But, I think there's a reason why vehicles usually have a governor on the reverse gear. When you do go backwards, you should limit the speed at which you back up, but there's usefulness to it. Tell us about what inspired that piece. It was a lost concho.
Yeah, my dad had a pair of old silver and gold conchos on his bridle. He let me use the bridle one day. I got back to the barn. One of the conchos was missing. And Dad didn't yell at me or anything like that. He just said, "Dude, you're missing a concho." I knew what he meant. I was like 12 or 13, something like that. So I got back on my horse and backtracked, over this pasture we gathered was a township in size, at least. And I had to retrace my steps, and I felt terrible and I felt hopeless. And finally I got to the gate where we pushed the cows through, and I'd gotten off to close the gate and probably take a leak, and my horse had rubbed his face against the gate post because he was hot and sweaty, and the concho fell off. And it was right there. So I found it. I mean, I'm not usually that lucky, but that day I was.
Well, actually, you didn't just backtrack and retrace your steps. You actually, for a young kid, you used your brain. You're like, of all the places I could lose that concho, it was probably when I was stopped at the gate. The horse was probably rubbing sweat off his face. Aha.
Yes. Which proved another truism that my dad always told me. You always find something in the last place you look.
That states the obvious. Rod, I'm just glad that this concho, by the way, had the letter M worked in it, arted in it, stamped in it, the letter M. I'm glad you didn't finally look down, see a concho, and say, "Oh, that's a W, darn it."
Yeah, I'm that looking belongs to some guy named Williams.
Right, that's not mine. And then you moved on. You're like, all right, you were a pretty smart kid. Smart enough to read between the lines when Dad says, "You're missing a concho." You know what that meant. Go find that thing.
So I wrote that column as kind of a setup for next week's column, because we're going to backtrack again. I'm going back out to the ID, the ranch I grew up on.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to reel the whole column, but I'm going out there with Alex Bakken, who's the Carbon County Sheriff.
Yeah.
Because my great-granddad, who built that ranch, was a territorial sheriff in Carbon County. And I want to show Alex the house where IC lived and that country and stuff like that. And the second purpose, I'm going to take my kids out and show them where I want my ashes scattered up on the Hurt Creek Divide at the base of Bradley Peak. Because I have modified my living will, and my remains, originally I was going to be cremated, and my kids were going to take my ashes, divide them up into fourths, and each kid was going to go to a different place in Wyoming and put the ashes in the pepper shaker in the Taco John's and leave them there.
Oh, jeez.
And all four of them looked in my eye and said, "Dad, yeah, we'll do that for you."
They were all on board. Wow.
Yeah. But I'm going to have them standard up there, and I want to show the kids where to do it.
Well, Rod, I thought we were in gear R. Now all of a sudden you're in sixth gear. You're looking way too far ahead. You're not going anywhere. Hold on.
Well, I don't have any plans to, but
all right.
It's the encroaching inevitability of the big D, Jake. It's going to get you too.
Taxes.
And feel free, if you want to, borrow my pepper shaker thing and have your actor putting pepper shakers at Taco John's.
If you are indeed going to abandon that idea, I might snag that from you. I might have to poach that one. That's pretty good. So you and Alex Bakken, who knows a thing or two about finding stuff with his search and rescue background, that'll be cool. You never know what you'll find.
Yes, I've not met Alex yet, but I've followed his career, and I'm hugely impressed with the job he's doing.
Yeah.
He's been out the ID before, but he's a bow hunter. He's hunted elk up in the Seminoles and stuff, but never been down to the headquarters.
He's a young whippersnapper. He was like the youngest sheriff when he got voted in. Yeah. Okay, so you are. So it looks like in this series of going back, I thought it was a metaphor for you were setting us up for the next one. Well, the next one is literally going back again.
Yes, yeah, but don't tell anybody. That'll spoil my call.
Oh yeah. We're not. That was just barely a sneak preview. But maybe I'm reading too far into it. But if we're talking about sometimes the way forward is back. Are we eventually going to learn any kind of lessons for, why we need maybe to look back? Is this any political thing here? Or is it
Bingo. The political thing was in the back of my mind.
Yeah.
So there's a political lesson in that too.
Yeah, we had a pretty interesting, entertaining interview with current Secretary of State Chuck Gray, vying to be the next U.S. House.
I watched that.
And that's where I want to apply the word bombastic, because it's actually, you don't hear this word every day, but when you hear it, you say that's exactly, it really fits here. But yeah, what you think of that one?
Well, I need to somehow put this delicately.
Yes, please.
But our Jake, our diminutive yet cuddly Secretary of State, disgraced himself on your program yesterday. Claire did a marvelous job. I mean, is it any wonder why Governor Gordon wanted to get Gray out in the alley to kick his ass when he was behaving like that? Claire did a marvelous job. She kept her cool, and Chuck Gray just lost it. Just lost it. It was a case of Gray had his cojones handed to him by a woman of obviously superior intellect, and he reacted like a toddler who had his sippy cup taken away. He just lost it.
Claire artfully avoided that invitation to step outside. I'll say that for her.
Well, my money would have been on Claire anyhow.
Oh, man. What else is going on in Rod Miller's world? Oh, actually, I want to go back to that story. This Sometimes the Way Forward is back. And by the way, if you haven't read it yet, go read it. And you'll learn literally why Rod, as 11, 12-year-old, was moving cow units from one pasture to another on a hot day. Isn't that funny how things stick with you? You'll never forget how hot it was that day. How hot was it?
It was pretty damn hot. I used the trope in the column that it was one of those high desert scorchers where you had to use half a tube of chapstick to keep your lips from burning off. That's how hot it was.
Yeah, I've been, and you don't often hear of Wyoming being that way, but certainly we can get those days where it
gets hot.
It gets hot.
Particularly you're out there and the tallest plant's a sagebrush. You can't crawl under it for shade because there's probably a damn rattlesnake under it anyhow. So you're just out there in the sun. 8,000 feet in elevation. There's that much less atmosphere protecting you from the sun.
And even after all these years, and I don't want to say how many, it was just a few, maybe 10, 12 years ago when this happened for you. You remember the heat, and you also, cowboys remember their partners in the job, the horse. And I love your description about the horse where you could just sense, you could just feel the horse is like, why are we going back here?
Exactly.
We did the job, man. What are you doing? Everybody else is in the barn. They're eating oats. My friends are eating oats. And are you really? We're going back out there.
Yeah.
That poor cow pony.
I wish I could remember what horse I was on. I can't, but
really,
it was a smart horse who realized that shit, we've already seen this country.
Right.
Not here again.
He's like, this kid is wrong. We did this job. Like,
there's no cows out here. We already got them.
What are you looking for? Yeah, maybe you should explain it to him. We're looking for that concho you rubbed off. If you could help me out here. Yeah.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
And so what else is going on, Rod?
Oh, man. I'm trying to think. It's just, living the dream, taking Henry up to the park twice a day, writing, reading. The warrants are all expired in Carbon County, so I'll be able to go back there to my home county again with the sheriff. And
there you go.
I'm looking forward to that. How are you doing?
Closing on a house supposedly today.
Oh yeah, congratulations!
Thanks, man. It'll be the first time I go.
Where at?
Buffalo,
out in Wilson.
Heck, I'm nowhere here in Teton County. You know that. I'd have to get 5 more jobs in addition to the 5 I have. No, Buffalo. We're going to Johnson County. What do you think?
Oh, dude, you're gonna love that town.
Yeah.
Buffalo's one of my favorite places.
Yeah.
I think they still have Longmire days.
Yeah, they do.
You gotta
July.
catch that.
Yeah. I mean, coming from touristy Jackson, I don't want I don't want any days in Buffalo. I want it like everybody.
Longmire days is different. It's not. There's not a lot of yuppie scum tourists up there. It's people who really, Longmire aficionados who want to go to the Red Pony and drink a Rainier beer
and I just finished Craig Johnson's latest, Brothers McKay. Really good. Really, really, really good.
Cool.
Yeah. So, I'm a big fan of Longmire, for sure. Hey, one last thing, even though it's not like me to get political, I do want to get your insight into, we touched on Chuck Gray, candidate for U.S. House, Reed Reisner, Steve Freese. There is potential for a whole lot of nonsense in this race. Whoever emerges could be the least distasteful candidate for Democrats, independents, libertarians. Is Sean Johnson got a shot in this thing?
I read Claire's piece on the independents, and the numbers are correct. Numerically, there's a shot.
Yes.
But none of those numbers have a dollar sign in front of them.
Oh.
So it's going to take a big number with a dollar sign in front of it for a third party. Plus, it's going to take organization around the state. I don't know if they have. It's going to take volunteers knocking on doors in every ward and precinct in Wyoming. I don't know if the libertarians are equipped with the money or the organization to pull that off. But who knows? Who knows? I told Jimmy before we went on, this House race reminds me of the Republican primary for governor in '86, when there were so many Republicans wanting to take over after Ed Herschler left. And all the high-profile Republicans in the state were in the primary, and they just gutted each other.
Yeah.
Exhausted the party, they exhausted the donors, and that opened the door for Mike Sullivan, a Democrat who had never even been elected to school board, to win the governor's race.
It does feel somewhat similar that after a knife fight of a primary on the Republican side, Maybe it could open the door for Sean. I think he's going to have to get his message out somehow, and that means money in this day and age. So
yeah. Free social media isn't going to do it.
Yeah.
You have to compete on the field with the major parties, and that field it's a green field.
It's a green field. Rod Miller, he's going backwards, but that's intentional. He's just backtracking, man. Sometimes you don't know where you're going. Do you know where you've been? You always got to watch your back trail, Rod, huh? Always.
Yes.
Take a look back.
I'm at the age, Jake, where I'm a late middle-aged white American male, and I go where I damn well please.
Even if it's in reverse. You have a great day. I'm glad they treated you well in the green room. That's good news.
All right, cool. Thanks for having me on, Jake.
Thank you, Rob. Rob Miller, Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll be right back.
The midterm elections are quickly coming up in November.
We have to win the midterms. This is the most important election.
And Cowboy State Daily gives you the local political coverage that has national implications.
I think that we need to be more aggressive in terms of talking about what the real issues are.
Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the coverage, insight, and knowledge about the candidates as we ramp up to the midterm elections in November. Cowboy State Daily, your daily source for all things Wyoming.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. The moment I chose hope was when I couldn't look myself in the mirror anymore. I did not recognize myself. Absolutely. So I'm so proud because I did not think I was gonna make it. And now, I get to call my mom and say I love her. I get to teach my son how to say, Mama, I love you. Yeah. So for me, hope in this moment, it is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
Judy.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
All right, we're back after break and picking up our discussion with just a guy called Alf, because you probably don't know him by Brian, and I'm not even going to take a swing at that last name.
Oh, come on, you got it.
It took like 15 minutes of talking with you last time when we were talking about pulling G's in the jet. And then now I've lost it. There are not enough vowels in this name.
Well, they say sometimes Y counts, so we got to add that in there once in a while, don't we?
That still only brings you to a total of 3, and there's a whole mess of continents that don't normally belong together unless you're driving a cab in New York City. Once in a while, I'll see a name like that. I'll be like, what the heck? All right, tell us what it is. Give us your version of your name.
Okay, yeah. Well, it is Grigorchak. It is spelled Grzegorczyk, but it's Grigorchek.
Grigorchek. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Let me
yeah.
note to self. I'm going to spell it phonetically. Last we checked on you, you were in the cockpit of high performance Thunderbird. Like, how'd that go?
Oh my gosh, that was an experience of a lifetime. I got to tell you, when you get done with it, you think I'll never do that again. But after a couple of weeks, when you get your feet on the ground, it was amazing. Those Thunderbird, the whole crew, the flight guys, the pilots, everybody was just so kind and just so generous to work with. I got to give Tommy Hersig a big shout out at CFD when he called me up and asked me if I'd be interested in it. It was once in a lifetime, and it was a great time.
Wow. Yeah, that seems pretty cool. You can live that dream for me. I'm not sure I'm ready to get up in there and do that. I'll live it through you. Let's go to Alf's Pub and talk about, in a day and age where charities, nonprofits are seeing their funding sources really curtailed. Any way we can get money into a charity is a good way, right? Unless
you would think so.
Unless you're big government and you're in the process of trying to figure out yourself what are your complicated gaming laws. I mean,
right.
I think we got to redefine gambling, gaming in this Cowboy State. We know that. What happened at your place?
Well, it's not only my place, but all over the state. When just out of the blue, the Wyoming Game Commission said that it is illegal to host the Queen of Hearts game. It is an illegal game because once you take your 50-50 and once you go to the board, that's going to be illegal. Now you can read the fine or you can read the print in the statute. I don't read it that way. I know a couple legislators don't read it that way, but Nick over at the Gaming Commission does. And God bless him, he's got a job to do, and I respect that. And so I thought somebody has got to make a question here. And so I did that, and I went to testify. I called the governor's office, and they got me on the docket. I got to testify in front of the Gaming Commission, or the Gaming Commission and the legislators, and just explain to them what the Queen of Hearts is. It's not a poker game. It is just a game you can raise money for charity, and you get a growing pot at the same time. Now, if they need to go back and review that statute, if they need to adjust it, that's all fine. I said, even if I need to pull a permit, but it's not only hurting me because I'm still going to run my business. The big thing is you look at all these nonprofits, the American Legions, all the veterans organizations, fraternal organizations. I use the airport golf course here in Cheyenne as an example, because they give out 28 scholarships a year, and they fund it through their Queen of Hearts. Well, they're shut down now on their Queen of Hearts. So where are these kids going to get this money for their scholarships? So it affects a lot of people. And as I testified in front of the legislators, our grants are being cut federally, as you know, more than anybody. Our grants are being cut so much. Our state assistance funds, they're being cut because we don't have the money. Let's face it, we don't have the money. So it comes down to people helping people. And I just don't understand it. But I want to give a shout out to the legislators I testified to. They were very understanding, very receptive. Nick up at the Gaming Commission, good guy. We just need to come up with a common ground and see, why is this illegal?
Alf, there's no chance that you refer to Nick, that's Nick Laramendi, Wyoming Gaming Commissioner. There's no chance that he didn't understand how Queen of Hearts works, right?
I think people run it differently. And when I testified, I showed them how we do it at Alf's Pub. And Nick did say, they do it right. They have the sealed board. They give a prize each day. 25% goes to a nonprofit. So he was very receptive. Now, I understand where Nick is coming from because people around the state were not doing that. And so they did have to buckle down. But like I told the legislators and Nick, I said, don't punish the people that are doing it right and trying to help the community. Let's come up with a happy common ground. And in their defense, I believe they are trying to.
Yeah. And also in their defense, I think we've heard legislators say that there's just too much gray area, too much fuzziness in the state's definition of what constitutes gaming. You can get into the historical horse racing, like what is gambling and what isn't. I think we still aren't sure.
But to me, that's ridiculous. Not going to speak out of school, because if you come here and you give $100 bill to the Queen of Hearts, let's say, and I'm just doing it for easy figuring, $25 is that going right to a nonprofit. It's going right to a nonprofit. You go in that casino, you put $100 in there, you know where that's going? That's going to Vegas. So that's all those people owning those deals there. So I don't understand, when you're talking a 50-50 raffle, I do understand you have to be up and up on the law. I get that. But you can't tell me you're going to run these gaming casinos and not let somebody run a nonprofit to help out nonprofits right here in Cheyenne and Laramie County.
Yeah. So, Alf, what constituted this? I mean, you've been doing this for a while. Other establishments I can think of have been doing things for a while that kind of, they got one foot in each world and they're trying to do it right. Is there a crackdown? Like, do you notice a crackdown on?
Once again, I believe there's a few people made it bad for everyone, and that's what I've been told. I have my theory on a couple other things, but just a theory. But I know that there were some places that make it bad, and the legislators and the Gaming Commission had to say, look, enough is enough. But I'm saying let's work through it. Let's do it where we can do it legally and still get people in to support nonprofits. For example, here at Alf's Pub, I don't know if you've ever been here. It's just a little place, but we have donated since we started Queen of Hearts, $5,000 to the firefighters up on the mountain by Waikolo. We've donated $5,000 to youth travel softball. We just donated $15,000 to this new park that's being built for the where the veterans moving walls going in. We did $5,000 to Yola, the pet rescue on the reservation, and just this last season of Thankful Thursday, we did $12,000 every week. Each nonprofit got $1,000. We didn't hurt anybody by doing that, and the book showed everything's going back out to our people at Alf's Pub and the community here in Cheyenne are willing to give. They're happy to help others. We just had a family that a house burned down here in Cheyenne, and my good friend Bouncer, he is on board. So we're going to try to do help them out a little bit right here. But that's what it's all about is community helping community. Nobody wants to hurt anybody, step on anybody's toes or anything like that.
Yeah, the people, the organizations you mentioned, the people you mentioned, they're the victims here. They're the babies getting thrown out with the bathwater, so to speak. This is not hurting the bottom line of Alf's Pub. Alf makes his money off of marking up the draft beer. Or however, Brian Gregorczyk is with us, and you can read this story in the Cowboy State Daily. It's just a frustration over charity bar games that are getting shut down by Wyoming gambling crackdown. What else is going on at the pub, Alf? I have not been there. One of these days on the bucket list.
Yeah, one of these days. Well, we're getting ready for summer. Obviously it's going to be a big Cheyenne Frontier Days, and we'd like to do things out on the patio. But it's a good laid back atmosphere, and we have a lot of older people that just love to give back, and it's just a fun place where you can come and hang out and support nonprofits at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's Queen of Hearts or Pass the Hat, people want to give to these kind of things. We have generous people in Wyoming, especially when they're drinking at the bar.
That's right.
They feel more generous. Alf's Pub, Alf is with us. Hey, have a great Wednesday.
Hey, thanks for your time.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show. Kate Meadows will be up next to close things out for this show.
Are you still throwing money at boring advertising that nobody remembers? Cowboy State Daily Radio is where Wyoming talks, laughs, debates, and actually pays attention. Your customers are not only listening, they're talking about the news of the day. So why not put your business in the middle of the conversation? From sponsored interviews to powerhouse statewide campaigns, Cowboy State Daily Radio delivers your message with an exclusive Wyoming reach. Contact Piper Fenimore today at piper@cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Welcome back. Thanks for hanging out with us this morning. Cowboy State Daily Show. Kate Meadows will be here shortly. Let me check the Facebooks, see if there have been any rude comments or nice comments. My Facebook does not want to work on Safari. I don't know why. I guess that's a me problem. Charlotte, 2 hours ago, I'm a little late to that. Charlotte said, great news for Wyoming families. I can't remember what we were talking about 2 hours ago. Charlie was here, said, I miss Wyoming so much. I'll be back out there hopefully one day to stay. Well, we got room for you, Charlie. We'll make a little more room, just not in Teton County. But there's room for one more. Charlie's on his way. Get here as soon as he can. Stories from the Cowboy State Daily I'm still trying to get to that I've found interesting yesterday and this morning. Hopefully you get the newsletter in your inbox, your email inbox every morning. It's the new way we all get the newspaper. And it's a lot better than the old days when you had the paper boy with his erratic aim just chucking the paper at your doorstep as he rode his Stingray down the street, man. You don't know where to look for that paper. It's in the bushes, on the roof, breaking a window. We are much safer with the delivery of your newsletter from the Cowboy State Daily. It's just quietly ding in your email box. Cheyenne Plant, this story continuing with the whole controversy over data centers, whether you're pro or anti or somewhere in between. Renee Jean's latest is Cheyenne planners recommend denial of most of Microsoft's data center expansion. They're looking to build out 3,200-acre expansion. One counselor or one planner said this would be equivalent to 18% of the current city size. It overtakes the city, said one resident during a marathon 5-hour hearing. This hearing was from planners who recommended thumbs down. Now, when it goes to city councilors, that's the final vote. That's the real vote. And often I warn, and I'm not the only one who sees it coming. There was a Facebook commenter who said, that's nice that planners gave it a recommending of denial, but this will go through eventually one day. Money always wins. That's a paraphrase of this comment. And I have seen that quite a bit here in Teton County, here in Jackson, where, planners, a volunteer committee says, yeah, we don't like anything about this development. And when it got to the actual decision makers, they were like, oh, we love it. Tax revenue. We'll see how this goes. Renee Jean has come up with just about a story a week on the whole data center thing. But that was a marathon meeting with interesting quotes from Megan Connor, who's done the homework, and she had things to say about data centers and data center expansion. Good story from Renee Jean. Other stuff in the Cowboy State Daily today that I thought were interesting. That Casper man, the Dale Killingback's been following that Casper man who was in a relationship with another man, his ex-boyfriend, in fact, and tried to burn down his ex-boyfriend's house. I don't think we have to say allegedly anymore, because this whole case is now to the sentencing stage. Sentenced Monday, 6 to 8 years in prison. The Casper man burned down the ex-boyfriend's house, but did save the pet snake. Just throwing that out there. In fact, that's in the headline. David Lee Wilkinson, 31-year-old, sentenced to 6 to 8 years Monday for trying to burn down his ex-boyfriend's house. Those two had an argument, a falling out last summer, and Dale Killingback has been following that case for the Cowboy State Daily. Let's cue the exciting music for Kate Meadows' appearance as we close out the Wednesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Kate. How's this, Kate? Dramatic enough? What story of yours does this music fit?
Oh boy, that's a good question. There could be any number of them.
Right, this big, sweeping, epic kind of thing. Well, I mean, I have to start with tragedy at the rodeo. I mean, a day after, normally rodeo headlines are so-and-so wins the team roping jackpot and new record set in the pole bending competition. Back-to-back days, we've had some gruesome stories come out of the rodeo world, including the 17-year-old allegedly stabbing her peers' barrel horses. That's crazy. And then followed up with this story about the wife of a coach of the Montana State rodeo team. What was she doing rodeoing? And, many ropers, well, I won't say many, but I mean, there are ropers missing digits for sure. I mean, you see ropers maybe missing a thumb, and that's a good message. Keep the thumbs up when you're dallying. But this doesn't happen in a million tries.
I know it. It really is what seems to be a freak accident. And Presley Whitaker wasn't even really doing rodeo. She was just out pen roping a young horse, just trying to, work with the horse, teach the horse how to, behave while she's on it and roping. And an accident, a very bad accident happened, and she did get flung against a fence, and that was quite violent and gruesome, as you say. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. I can't even picture a scenario. So this is the rope a rope that she was swinging that got caught up. Like a lot of times we hear about somebody getting hung up, and that's the worst fear if anybody's riding a horse and the horse butts you.
Yeah.
You get hung up in a stirrup maybe, and you have an ankle or whatever, but she was actually, the rope had gone around her wrist, I assume. Oh.
We can only assume because nobody really knows exactly what happened. So the rope, must have gotten around her wrist. It was a breakaway rope, and whether she was drug and it, the rope snapped, snapped that hand, or it was the force of her hitting against the fence. We just don't know those details. But yeah, like you say, it's something that would happen once in a million years. And Casey Ray Sellers, who I talked to, she's the rodeo coach at Gillette College, and she said, she's seen a lot of wrecked legs, but she said, she's never heard about a hand being severed. And she said, we make a million runs. We do this all the time. It's, routine work. But she said we should expect that accidents are going to happen because we are working with animals.
Yeah, the old Powder River bruise going up against the fence. That's a pretty common. There's a lot of ways to hurt yourself rodeoing, but this is, just a total freak thing. Presley Whitaker, wife of Montana State University head coach Kyle Whitaker. When this event happened, certainly there was probably just chaos. The husband was there unseen, and so were some of the rodeo kids, and they were instructed, go look for the hand, which they found.
Yes. Oh. Yes. And I mean, who can imagine ever having a task like that, and they did find the hand outside of the arena. So that again speaks to how violent and how just forceful this accident was.
So this happened back in May. We now join the couple, the Whitakers, weeks later. The surgery attempt to reattach the hand was not successful, and I'm sure Presley's still probably in a great deal of pain. Where did you join this story? How did you find this story? Did you see the story on the barrel racing stabbings and say, gruesome rodeo story, show me something? How did you find out about this?
I promise I'm not Googling gruesome rodeo stories. I don't ask for these.
No.
But no, Jimmy found the story and really wanted to pursue it. I did, it took a little bit, but I tracked down Kyle, and so thankful for his just generosity and his openness. He was just open to sharing. I mean, it would have been very easy to say, leave us alone, or no, thank you, we don't want to talk about it. But, he has shared openly on his social media, just providing updates, because they just have this huge community of people around them that, Montana State University, he calls them, a family. And then you have this Shoot Boss Club that's almost a story of their own, these big donors who come together to support the MSU rodeo team, and they stepped in right away to help, with transportation and get these various family members to where they needed to be as quickly as possible. So yeah, we really joined the story shortly after Presley got home. She got home late last week and had a 24-day hospital stay in Salt Lake City before she was able to come back home. And that's where we picked up on the story. So she had been home for just a few days, and very much the family is still adjusting. And it's, absolutely going to take some time for all of them in their various ways.
Well, on behalf of reporters everywhere, Kate Meadows, me, thank you, Whitakers, for sharing that story and just expanding the rodeo community by, X amount, because now Cowboy State Daily readers, I'm sure very many are going to be following Presley and wishing her well and the family well. And there's just that many more in the whole rodeo community culture, which is special. I mean, I'm not surprised they were sharing. It sounds rodeo.
Sure. And I've got to imagine, I don't do rodeo. I don't know much about it, but I've got to imagine if you're in that circuit, in that industry, that that's always in the back of your mind, right? Some kind of accident or what if, but they go out and they do it. And I give them so much credit, and they're so courageous. So
yeah, anybody who's participated in a rodeo, you're one wreck away from a hospital visit or whatever. Some choose to do that. That's rough stock riders. They're a whole nother animal. But it's not it's a sport with some inherent danger for sure. Another Cape Meadows story. Wyoming hikers unable to resuscitate Centennial Man who died after falling into a river. This happened in Albany County.
That's right. It was a hiker who had, I believe, lived in Albany County for quite a while, and he was an adventurer and just known around that area for just having a good time and kind of being up for anything, any sort of rock climbing or hiking or camping. And this was just a tragic accident that occurred in what I understand to be a fairly dangerous part of the Albany County there, with the steep cliffs and narrow crevices and slippery conditions, because I guess the water was running pretty wildly too.
Yeah, I mean, this type of year, water's up, water's cold. Did these hikers come across? Did they see an incident, or did come across it too late, or what happened?
Well, the hikers, they were all part of the same party.
Oh, okay.
And so this guy slipped and fell a ways down into the creek, and they believe hit his head on the way. So then he was unconscious for a while before he passed away. And they did try CPR, they tried measures to save him, and they were just unsuccessful.
Oh, that's got to be so frustrating, especially if you know CPR, or, pretty sure, or you were certified years ago. You think you're doing all the right things, and you just can't, you can't win everyone. First responders will tell you that.
Yes. And it does sound like it was a fairly complicated, complex rescue operation with a lot of kind of specialty people there and equipment to try to, get this guy out safely. And the other guy who had gone in after him to an attempt to save him, it was not easy terrain to work in by any means.
Well, the Cape Meadows trifecta on injuries, whether it's hiking, rodeo, or climbing up on top of a train. Nebraska man fractured his spine after falling off Big Boy locomotive. There's a reason they call it Big Boy. This is a big train. This is a big boy, this guy. And how did he just fell off backwards?
He did. So Big Boy, if you look at the video or you see pictures of this actual train, there's five steps that you have to walk up like a ladder with, bars on either side. And that's how you get into this Big Boy, so to speak. And this individual who fell was up on the fourth step, just trying to get to the fifth, and couldn't quite make it. So he was another one who was very generous, gracious, and so thankful that he opened up and talked to us, shared about his ordeal. And he was very humble and, put all the blame on him. No blame whatsoever on Union Pacific. It was just his mistake, and he thought he was qualified and ready, and it turns out he just wasn't quite there.
He was authorized to get on this train, right?
He was, and he told me he had been in that cab before, so he knew he had done it before, and he thought he could do it again. And yes, he was authorized, and he talked about it being this childhood dream of his that basically got dashed. He was right there, and he just couldn't quite make it.
Yeah. So, I mean, where is in the story? Do we find out where Big Boy is? We know that train's going to make this run for the 250th coast to coast like it did in the old days. Where did this happen?
This happened in Kearney, Nebraska, right before it was set to head on its next leg to Grand Island, I believe.
Okay. Well, Kate, some interesting Cape Meadows stories, as always. Thanks for being here on a Wednesday. You have a great rest of your week.
Thank you, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show, that's Cape Meadows, with several stories you might be interested in. Wyoming hikers unable to resuscitate Centennial Man after falling into a river. Also, the rodeo tragedy, and a big thanks to that husband-wife team for sharing the story. Presley and Kyle, the Whitakers, Montana State University. I had imagined that team, that rodeo team, is going to be competing in the college national finals coming up at the Wyoming Ford Center in Casper. That'll be in a couple of weeks, I think. Yeah, I should check that. Right now in the Wyoming Ford Center, it's all about education. Megan Deckenfelder is there, and they're doing a big training on SROs. Is that LSOs? SROs, school resource officers. Yeah, SROs. Anybody who does security for schools, they're all going through a 2-day training at the Ford Center. Currently, it started yesterday. Today is the second day of that. And we talked to the person that books the Wyoming Ford Center. There's all kinds of stuff that goes in there. Big concert. Benson Boone is in concert there this summer. In addition to rodeo stuff, that center is busy. There's something booked in there definitely every weekend. But I would definitely get tickets to see Benson Boone. That'd be a great show. That's coming up in, I think, August, maybe September, towards the end of the summer. That'll wrap it up for a Wednesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll be back on tomorrow, same time. Until then, you all have a great Wednesday. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.